Hello, everyone. Good evening, good night, good morning, good afternoon. Wherever you are, wherever time it is, I am wishing you 10,000 blessings on your head. My name is Reverend Phoenix Coffin Williams, and if you are here with me this Saturday, the 11th at 5 p.m., then you are here for the second working night long Ancestor Vigil meant to elevate and honor and uplift our ancestors, our Corellian ancestors, and our personal ancestors. We are here to bless them and pray with them and for them, as well as bless and pray with and for our tradition, the great family. I will be here all night until about 2 a.m. And I'm thinking I'll have some guests who are going to pop in and out over the course of this event. There will be several breaks in this event where I will turn my microphone off and I will be encouraging anyone who is watching or anyone who is popping through to spend some time in meditation with just the altar, with just the sanctuary. It'll be kind of like a private moment, you in the privacy of your own space, but also connected with the altar that I have established here for our working. With that being said, I will move forward with the casting of the circle, cleansing of the space, calling of the quarters. Tonight, the divinity that I am going to be invoking is Frigga from the Norse pantheon. And here's to her being our benefactor for this working. As you can see here, there are two altars that are set up. This one right here is the ancestor altar proper. It's the one that I use daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, in an ongoing basis for working with the ancestors. It already has their offering of fresh water on it. So let's go ahead and get started. Ata Malkuth Vigibora Vigidula Leolam. Amen. Yod He Vad He Adonai Ehaya Agala. Before me, Raphael. Behind me, Gabriel. On my right, Mikael. On my left, Oriel. For about me flames the pentagrams, and within me shines the six-rayed star. Ata Malkuth Vigibora Vigidula Leolam. Amen. I do cleanse you, O creature of water, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. And I do so neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you, O creature of water. And I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this sacred work. I do cleanse you, O creature of earth, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. And I do so neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you, O creature of earth. And I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this sacred work. water is pure, and the earth is pure. Purity into purity then, and purity be blessed. So mote it be. Cleanse this space. Cleanse this space. I cleanse this space. I cleanse this space. Cleanse this space. I cleanse this space. I cleanse this space. 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 I cleanse myself. Behold, I do cleanse you, O creature of fire, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you, O creature of fire. I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this sacred work. I do cleanse you, O creature of air, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. And I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you, O creature of air. And I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this sacred work. Behold, the fire is pure, and the air is pure. Purity into purity then, and purity be blessed. So mote it be. I charge you. 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 And I charge myself. Behold, I do cast this circle of art, a sacred enclosure to contain the energies that shall be raised herein. A meeting place between the realms of mankind and the mighty ones we shall know. The circle is cast. And at this time, using this wand from the great crystal web, I do open my crystal web access point. I do open all crystal web access points. And I charge the crystal web now to lend its energy and its power to this working. As we honor, uplift, elevate, feed our ancestors. And in so doing, we honor, elevate, uplift, and feed ourselves. The great crystal web is now open. I call on you, O powers of the East, powers of air and intellect, clear communication. I call upon you to descend upon this place. Be here with me as I enact this holy ritual. Powers of the East, hail and welcome. Hail to you, powers of the South, powers of fire, of passion, of action, movement, manifestation. I call upon you to descend upon this place. Be here and bless this sacred ritual. Powers of fire, hail and welcome. I do call upon you, O powers of the West, powers of water, powers of emotion and psychic ability and intuition. I call upon you to wash over us during this sacred ritual. Powers of the West, powers of water, hail and welcome. I do call upon you, powers of the North, powers of earth, powers of stability and integration. I call upon you, O powers, to descend upon this place and enter this sacred ritual. Lend your power, your guidance, your protection, your aid at this time. Powers of the North, powers of earth, hail and welcome. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Beloved ancestors, hail and welcome. And at this time, I do invoke your name and I do invoke your sublime influence, Lady Frigga, great goddess, all mother. I call upon you to enter this sacred circle. Help me in this ritual. Help me feed and bless the ancestors and help me feed and bless the tradition that we form. I do make this offering to you, O lady, great lady, powerful lady, lady who knows everyone's fates, but does not tell anyone a single word about it. I bid you hail and welcome. And at this time, it seems like we do already have the first of our guests who have come through. So I'm gonna go ahead and let them in. Let's see who's here. Who is here to help us celebrate and heal our great family? Looks like we have Lady Autumn is here. Okay, Lady Autumn, welcome, welcome. Bring you on camera right now. Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing pretty well. How are you?
Doing pretty well.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Yeah, and then also someone else is here, but I don't really recognize them, so I don't know if I should let them in or I don't know. I'm gonna give it a shot and see how it goes. But
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen?
oh,
Wait,
now that you done asked, we about to find out, huh?
that's fair.
And so we also got Gerald.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm good.
I don't think we've ever met.
No, this is the first time I've seen him in like the next day, and this is my first time. So,
All right, well, cool. Thanks for being here. Glad to have you.
Thank you.
For sure, for sure. All right, so of course I got the altar set up. This one is set up a little bit differently than it was last time. Well, overall, it's got everything that we need to kind of do our working. Part of the working for tonight is each of these candles is going to get a bind rune drawn on them, one that was divined maybe 3 weeks ago at Monday Night Chat. So I do have 9 different bind runes drawn there. I'll be drawing them on there one by one. And then I'll also be making some offerings to the ancestors and their chalice. And then, of course, some intense prayers and affirmations. And then, of course, y'all can add whatever you would like. You want to add anything first, Lady Autumn?
Nope.
Okay. First offering, our 5 o'clock offering. Let's see. The first rune that was pulled for this activity was actually Sowilu, the sun. And so that's a fun omen to pull. Okay, just get this on the candle. So we lu. So we lu. So we lu. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit. I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do feel much your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, we set these lights in your honor, that they may feed you and elevate you, help guide you and illuminate you. And we also make offerings of water for clarity of mind and intentions. And we've made an offering of incense. Let it be sweet. Let it help our prayers find their way to heaven. So mote it be. A reading from the 5 Mystic Secrets. There we go. The 5 Mystic Secrets of the Great Pagan Masters, more commonly known as the 5 Mystic Secrets, was written by beloved Levada Lewis High Carrel under the pseudonym Elizabeth Greenwood. Beloved Levada was the third head of the Carrellian tradition, having led the tradition from 1966 to 1979. Originally published in 1986 by the Mystic Link Publications, The 5 Mystic Secrets was the first major exposition of Carrellian ideas to appear in writing. It is not beloved Levada's only written work, but is the first and most comprehensive. At the time, beloved Levada chose to write under a pseudonym, though she later dropped this. Some of the terminology used in the 5 Mystic Secrets has subsequently changed in Carrellian usage, but the ideas remain current and are still an excellent introduction to Carrellian thought. Greetings, my friends. As I'm sure you know, there are dozens of little books like this one, all promising the keys to the universe, inestimable power, and personal happiness. It's a lot to ask, and for most, far too much to promise. I make no such promises. I set before you 5 of the greatest secrets of life as conceived by my religion. They alone can do nothing for you. It is what you do with them that matters. The path to knowledge and a happy, effective life does not lie in what someone else does or does not conceive. They can tell you anything, however true or false. It is nothing. So long as it is theirs, it cannot truly affect you. To help your life or understanding in any way, the knowledge must come to dwell within your own heart, for only then are you truly free, and only then can you truly know. Real knowledge is and must be more than repeating by rote, for the imitation of knowledge is not knowledge and will not give you comfort if pre-written words run dry. Real knowledge is and must be more than repeating by rote. For the imitation of knowledge is not knowledge and will not give you comfort if pre-written words run dry. There are many paths to knowledge and much knowledge to be had, but none of it can do you any good at all if you do not come to believe and understand it for yourself. Knowledge. This is the first of the 5 sisters and the greatest secret I could give you if you listen to me for 1,000 years. If you do not truly know them and accept them, all the secrets in the universe are only so many mental knickknacks. So many people today say that they can give you true knowledge as if it were a gift. Put your faith in them, send them your money, buy their pamphlet, or do what they say, and for so small a price, you shall become wise by osmosis. Well, this is the stuff of nonsense. No one can lead you down some primrose path to knowledge simply because it is convenient for them to do so. The path to understanding is a path which you must walk yourself, and walk it of your own volition, not a celestial conga line open for the price of 30 cents a ticket. Other people can guide you, advise you, instruct you, aid you, but they can't believe for you. They can't know for you. In times of pain, they cannot be a strength within you, however much they may offer from without. And the strength within is the true comfort. The people who tell you that all you have to do to possess the secrets of the universe is to read a certain book or buy a certain pamphlet or watch a certain television program and send money, they are either simpletons or charlatans, for so much is not gained by so little. To blindly accept the words of another is not to be loyal or faithful or pious. It is merely to be blind. One must own one's own good sense and listen to one's own inner bell when one seeks a path to knowledge. For one is not simply drugged along to peace and happiness, no matter who promises to drag you. And so many make the promise, and so many shout along the way, that it can only be through discretion and inner guidance that one can possibly tell which paths have anything to offer, and which are merely meaningless diversions. There is nothing you must know more than that a clever advertisement or a high production value has no relationship to the actual value of wisdom offered. A wise person may well investigate everything he or she encounters, but it is a fool who believes everything that is claimed merely because the claimant swears it so. Thus, the first sister is not merely knowledge, but the knowledge thereof, the harder of the two by far to acquire. As it is commonly said, there are no atheists in foxholes, which isn't, however, commonly said as true as it is arrogant. So too, it is one thing to claim knowledge and another thing to know. Knowledge, as we discuss it here, is the knowledge of existence, why we exist, how we can affect our own existence and the quality of it, the knowledge of the nature of God. There are many paths to such knowledge, many roads for many travelers, just as many different roads once led to Rome from the many corners of its empire, so too many roads lead to God from the many levels and corners of our existence. A road which serves one well may make another uncomfortable. A road which seems fresh to one, another may call lonely. A road which one finds familiar, another may despise as common. Not all roads are the same length. Some are rocky, some are smooth, some are narrow, some are wide and winding. All will ultimately lead to God. Because God can wait for the last struggling traveler, God has time. Some people think that God is in a hurry, but why would God hurry? God is an artist, and the best work always takes time. All these roads which lead to God are equal. They all will deposit you at the same end, but some of them will take a lot longer and may be significantly harder on your feet. That's the first of the 5 mystic secrets. Somoliki. Have each of you read 5 Mystic Secrets before? Well, Autumn, I know you have, Lady Autumn. But Gerald, have you read 5 Mystic Secrets?
Yes, I have. I've been working through the first degree course, and it's took me a little longer than the required time period, but I wanted to make sure, I did all the meditations and stuff, and I had a cycle. Sorry if I'm talking too much, just
No,
okay. But I did I did the the intellectual part of it and took the test and everything. And then later on I went back and started the meditations and stuff, and I've been doing those for about 6 months, and it's it's been very positive.
Excellent. Excellent.
Mhm.
Now, are you noticing like a change in your ability to work with energy?
Um, the well, honestly, the biggest change has been I mean, I've had some problems with anxiety,
Hmm.
and the meditations really helped with that.
That's incredible.
And just just doing the daily. Uh, I feel kind of um, I mean, I went to a therapist one time and they gave me a Buddhist meditation. Just the watching your breath thing,
Hmm.
and but it's a different. I don't know if it's the time period, the amount of time you put into it. Because I have heard that scientists have studied people who meditate and their brain chemistry and things like that. There's actual changes that they can physically measure.
Hmm.
Um, oh,
That's
oh,
so true.
hmm
That is so
and
true.
yeah, but it's been very positive. It's like I said, I just wanted to make sure I did everything, because I heard this thing that if you ever try to hurry up and take an initiation that you haven't really earned, you're going to earn it eventually,
Oh
but it
yeah,
may not be the easiest way
that's
to do it.
absolutely a true statement. That is absolutely a real thing. Um, do not try in any way to shortchange the initiation journey by cutting corners or skipping activities or exercises. Um,
Hmm.
like what you don't prepare for, like in your training period, life will find a way to make sure that you get the lesson. So you can either
Hmm.
get the lesson in meditation or you can get it in the real waking world. But either way is gonna come. You get to pick how you do it.
Yeah, and there's no maximum amount of time you can work on a given degree level. I think I started my second degree about 15 years before I finished it.
Mhm.
So, just everybody's mileage may vary. Just the minimum time is a year and a day is all.
Mhm.
Hmm.
I want to say I started my first degree when I was very, very young. If I would have done it in a year and a day, it would not have been legal to initiate me.
Hmm.
So I was studying the first degree um, between the ages of 13 to 19, I want to say. Um, and then I got my first degree initiation in undergrad. Got my second degree initiation. That one I did move through pretty quickly. I didn't have a problem with that. Um, but then third degree I was at for another 5 years. So it could take as long as it takes. You just got to be committed to it.
Hmm. Yeah. Back when I was a lot younger, I live around Atlanta, and I don't know if you've heard of Ravenwood, but
Uh,
I studied for a little while out there, and I got through the first year of lessons and everything, and um, it's been a tremendous difference in like the way yeah, I guess every group does things a little differently,
mhm.
but like I like the fact that they start off with the Corellian stuff, actually doing rituals and things like that. At Ravenwood, the first lesson was all about protocol
Oh,
and about yeah, it's a different. I mean, it was a positive experience. Don't get me wrong. It's just this, like, they didn't want you doing any kind of magic for a year, until you were actually been initiated.
That's really interesting.
that's a
Yeah.
lot
I
to ask.
I have to go. Dinner is ready, but I will be back in a little bit.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Thanks for stopping by.
So I don't know if I should just leave or if I should just like turn off my camera.
You can mute your microphone and then I can take you off. And then when you come back, you can just like send me a message or what have you. I have my phone on me. Enjoy your dinner. All right, so it's just us two now.
Okay. But
Like asking folks to not do any magic whatsoever for like an entire year, when it's very likely that they were doing all the magic they wanted to do before they, got to a specific group. Like I feel like that's a pretty tall ask.
mm-hmm. It's a. I mean, I don't know. It at the time. I mean, I was gosh, I was so young. I was like 20. I think about 20 years old when I found Ravenwood, and the way I found it was, back when radio was a thing, before the pre-internet, I think human history is going to have like a dating of pre-internet and after the internet,
Wow.
but I actually heard Lady Santana. She was being interviewed by a DJ on the local radio station on Halloween night, and that was the first time I had any clue that something like that was around town,
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, the people were very nice. I mean, you couldn't ask for like more nice, positive people and everything.
Word. Understood.
But it was so hard to just not be like you come there and you have that instinct like I want to do something, and then somebody tells you, oh, you can't really do that. But
Yeah, I think our first lesson in the first degree was on magic.
mm-hmm.
I think it was.
I mean, I could totally understand it if somebody wanted to mess with a Goetia or something like that. Like, yeah, you may not want to start off doing that. Just,
Right.
but yeah.
Do you have a type of magic that like is your favorite to practice?
The things I'm interested, I like. I have three interests really at the main. I like ceremonial,
Mm-hmm.
the runes, and of course Wicca. I mean, I wouldn't be here if I didn't like Wicca. Or did they use that term? I'm not.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. I just know some of the nativists, and like I said, sometimes protocol and groups, you have to kind of feel out what's okay to say and not. I have a friend. He's a druid, and he's always telling me like, no, the Norse were more than Vikings. Well, yeah, I know that, but you just say things that, well, so people know. If you're talking to somebody, you don't really say, well, the Norse. You say, well, it's kind of like the Vikings, man. You know what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, I got you. But if you say the Norse, they're only like, huh?
Right. I understand.
But they're, yeah. I noticed that you actually like those two systems. I'm guessing because you've incorporated the like the Kabbalistic and the runes yourself.
Yeah, so I really do love ceremonial magic.
Mm-hmm.
I've done a course with a local elder in Buffalo, and I'm doing another like stint of training with my best friend, Reverend Antimony.
Mm-hmm.
And we are going through the Golden Dawn material. We're, going through our notes on Kabbalah and the stuff that we learned from our elder. And I do enjoy the ceremonial magic, but I'm also finding that a lot of its origins aren't what we were led to believe, or at least it wasn't what I was led to believe when I was growing up, as a youngster. Like back in the day, there were some things that were said about lodges, lodge tradition, ceremonial magic that, like, as I'm reading the source material and as history is catching up, there were just some things that were not completely true. Some things about the origins of ceremonial magic that like were like deceptions. Um, and one of the things that I've enjoyed most is connecting with the Egyptian origins of ceremonial magic. I know there's like a lot of Hebrew and stuff in there in all of that. However, the basic structure of the lodges, the assumption of God, like a lot of the things that are done in ceremonial magic are very Egyptian at their core, and I just eat that up. I devour that.
Hmm. I can see that.
Like I did the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram during the opening of this one. Last time I did the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram and the lesser banishing ritual of the hexagram. And that particular ritual has an analysis of names of power that do come directly from Egypt. But then they also have the Hebrew letters. So it opens with INRI, Yod Nun Resh Yod, Isis, um, Apophis, Osiris. Then you do the assumption of the god forms. Then you draw the hexagrams. You charge them and energize them with a secret phrase. Um, and I recognize the treasure in being able to commit like such vast rituals to memory. Because like aside from the lesser banishing ritual, there's also the greater banishing ritual of each of the stars, the hexagram and the pentagram. There's the mixing of the elemental stars. There's the active and the passive invoking and banishing pentagrams of spirit. Acts of rendering the veil and closing the veil, and these things that happen in their proper order and proper time in the ritual, and just like being able to keep all that in your mind, and to be able to draw up the appropriate visualizations and energy when you're doing it is absolutely an exercise in managing power, allowing yourself to be empowered, and then also directing that power in productive ways. So I'm not gonna shit on the ceremonial magic tradition, even if like the people who brought it to us were a little bit obscure, or haphazard in the way that they like communicated its origins to us.
Well, to be fair to ceremonial magic, it's this Gardner with Wicca, he did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't run into too many people who still believe that the back to the caveman days or Stonehenge or no, that's not the origin.
Right, and if you think about like how very few people had access to literacy back in the day, like it becomes harder to believe. I do recognize that some aspects of traditional witchcraft do have its origins in oral tradition, stories and mythologies and songs and stuff that are like I feel like I buy into that a lot. That seems very natural. That we have the remnants of, or like we tried our best to write down, what people just like said to each other, or the ways that tribes remember, even like European tribes, the way that they remember their tribal history by a long song or a long myth that like recounts from the first ancestor all the way down to like the current living incarnations. Like I could vibe with that. That seems realistic.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I mean, mythology and stories, and like the Druids had a real long. They didn't write anything down either, and everything had to be memorized. And yeah, and it's when you do that, it's not a good idea.
Yeah.
I mean, but let's see, like say Wicca's origins were, you know, I mean, there's a mythology to it, to the origin of the group, and uh, I just heard that the Raven Grimassi. I don't know if you've heard of his tradition Strega,
Mm-hmm.
and it was supposed to be authentic Italian witchcraft. And Angela Pucca, she said no. She's a, what do you call it, an academic who studies occultism,
Mm-hmm.
and she was saying that like there actually was an Italian strain of witchcraft, but it used a lot of Catholic prayers and
Absolutely.
yeah. So it's like, but he tried to claim it was just like in the oh goodness, what is it, the this,
Evangelo della Strega.
yes, yeah, sometimes you just can't remember all these things, you know, especially you don't use them a lot. Yeah, that was, you know, and so I mean, the thing, I mean, at some point, you just have to look at it and say, does this work or does it not work? You know, and not worry about, you know, did it come back from, you know, ancient Atlantis, you know, and the no, is it, does this work or not? And the only way you're going to find out, I found out through hard experiences, all the intellectualizing in the world will
Mm-hmm.
not help you find out if it's going to work for you or not.
Mm-hmm. And that jives right there with the first of the five mystic secrets,
Mm,
right? Like, what do you know? Do you know it works? And you know, based on experience and internalizing it and doing it over and over and over again, having knowledge about that knowledge. There you have it.
hmm
That's so
So,
cool.
so what do you think of Damien Eccles?
I don't even know who that is.
You haven't heard of Damien Eccles?
Mm-mm.
He's he he's on YouTube. He's got a lot of videos.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but he was part of the I think it was the Memphis Five, and he was accused of killing. I think it was a girl. Him and these other guys, they got sentenced to, you know, basically, you know, sentenced to death in Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
But he did ceremonial magic all in his jail cell,
Mm-hmm.
and he's come out and he's wrote a couple. He's wrote two books. The first one's pretty, you know, the second one's all like angels. It's a lot shorter than the first one, but that's where he learned he started practicing his magic was in a jail cell. And he said he met somebody in jail who told him this cell will either be it's either going to be a monk cell or it's going to be a prisoner cell, and it's up to you to decide which one it's going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has some problems. He has some, you know, just from being in solitaire.
Mm-hmm.
He has some, like he'll be talking and he'll just kind of like fizzle out, you know. I mean, it's just it's legitimate neurological damage from, you know, just all the stuff he's went through.
Mm-hmm.
And he was acquitted. He didn't really kill the girl. Just I guess I should throw that out. The DNA pretty much exonerated him and the other four guys, the guys who were accused of it, but they still didn't want to let him out.
That's incredible.
Yeah, he said that he signed what you call an Alford plea,
Mm-hmm.
and it's basically you get out now, but you can't sue the state because all the evidence, uh, it looked like you were guilty, even though you really weren't. And he signed the plea because he said if I didn't sign that plea, he said he would never have gotten out of prison.
That's crazy.
Because they would have had of course, you know, the conspiracy da 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 da. He felt threatened in prison, which
Mm-hmm.
you know, that the state would do something to avoid, because this is like this is $1 million in lawsuits. He's in prison for years and years, and he didn't do it.
Right. And so that plea sounds like injustice in and of itself. Like, what you mean you made the wrong choice, you had the wrong man locked up, and I can't address my grievances? That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Utter bullshit.
Totally. But like he's like I said, if you get a chance to check him out, he's some of his just like anybody who speaks a lot, there's going to be things you're into that you really get something out of. There's going to be things that like you're just like, why are you talking about that? Like this is great, but it's just a subject I have no interest in.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you have a chance and you like ceremonial magic, check him out. I'm very I've been around ceremonial. I can't say I've been around it because it's so hard to find a lodge, so hard to find a group. Back when that's really what I wanted to find instead of Ravenwood, but Ravenwood was the only, the Wicca Coven. It was the only thing I could really find locally, and, but ceremonial magic lodges, maybe the OTO would have been a lot easier to find, but I don't know about Crowley.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I like the Golden Dawn stuff more. Although Crowley's got a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he really does. It's very hard to come across some kind of high magic or ceremonial magic that doesn't at least have a little bit of Crowley influence.
Mm-hmm.
I just when it comes up, when I'm studying ceremonial magic and it comes up, I will pivot right there. Like, okay, that's a Crowley quote, that's a Crowley resource or what have you. Let me see if it's somebody else who, has a different perspective. Like I'm able to reference or quote or find like the Crowley material that talks about what I want to talk about. But like for me, I really do prefer to like find a bunch of different sources who agree on something, independent of Crowley, independent of Gardner, independent of like any of the authors. Like I want to kind of find a consensus outside of like that zone.
Mm-hmm. Are you doing any kind of self-initiation with the Golden Dawn, or?
I don't know if I'll need to do a self-initiation. I think like practicing the material, studying it with my blessee, and looking out for like the results and the benefits of doing the work is going to be good enough for me. I don't think I'll need a self-initiation or anything like that. How about you?
It's something I'm thinking about in the future. Like I said, I went through, and I don't know if you've done this, but have you ever gone like through phases of stuff?
Oh, absolutely.
Where you're really interested in this one system for a certain amount of time, and then you just kind of like, you let it go.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I know exactly what that's like.
Mm-hmm.
And during those phases, it's very hard to like distract me or sway me or get me to like look at anything else for a while. Like I'm very fixated and rigid about it. And then when it's up, it's up. I will say that like I have been known to return to phases and get a second wind or a third wind, later on down the line. But yeah, like there's times when I'm really about it, and then there are times where I'm like, nah, I'm not really feeling that right now. That's
yeah. And there's times when you just can't make any like this is the first time that I've really been able to commit to like 6 months of sticking with a system. And I know that sounds horrible, because if you keep jumping from system to system, you're never going to make any progress. you know. But I mean, you can study two systems at the same time if you have the time for it, and you can put the work in, you know. What do you think? Well, have you ever heard of Franz Barden?
No.
Oh, okay. You might want to. It's not Golden Dawn style ceremonial magic. It's really more of a meditation manual,
Mhm.
but it works with like the elements. You know, breathing exercises. Just it's a whole system. He wrote 3 books. Initiation into Hermetics is the one you start with.
Mhm.
It's worth reading through. I mean, it's
Maybe I have heard of this one.
yeah. He was
That
like the
mention
Czech. Hmm.
the title that you just mentioned. That sounds familiar.
Hmm. Then he had the Practice of Magical Evocation,
Hmm.
but all the spirits he has in there are just from the Goetia, and they're just he used a like a code. He encoded the names and changed them around.
Okay.
Yeah, and I,
Did you
um,
or did you enjoy it?
yeah, yeah. He claims that you know you're not supposed to do this for any kind of gain, but if you play around with it, you can definitely get practical things out of Barton's system.
Word. Now, what do you personally think about that? About um, magic for gain, magic for abundance, joy, personal happiness.
I think as long as you're not hurting somebody, I I I don't see why you shouldn't.
Heard on that.
I
I've
mean,
been in groups and circles and situations where people use the phrase magic for personal gain. And as soon
mhm,
as they say that, I know where the concept came from because that was very much a phrase that was used in a TV show about a family of witches.
oh,
And
charmed.
right. That was their only prohibition that they were not allowed to use magic for personal gain.
Hmm.
People say that to me, I do get triggered and I turn into this person who's like, is not a good idea to base your understanding of magic off of a TV show, even if they use words that might vibe, like they used Wicca or Wiccan, they talked about the Wiccan,
Hmm.
even, the spell that they used here now, the words of the witches, the secrets we hid in the night, like that's legit.
Hmm.
But there is still plenty in that show that is creative license, that's fantasy, that's fantastical. And I think that is really a good idea for us to recognize that the practice of magic at all is for personal gain.
Hmm.
I think it's a little bit telling and a little bit codependent to get on a magical journey or a spiritual path specifically for the help or benefit of others. Neglecting our own selves, neglecting our own shadow work, neglecting our own benefit and well being, specifically to serve others exclusively, I don't think it's as noble as people would like for it to be. I think it is a little bit codependent, and I think that it represents um, a type of like low self esteem or low self image.
Hmm.
Master these powers, master these elements, learn these secrets of the universe, and then use them only on other people. Meanwhile, each of us has a story. Each of us has a history. Each of us has to live life on life terms. So what's the point of amassing this knowledge and this power if we're not going to do it to make sure that we legit?
Oh, I agree. One thing I was told at Ravenwood was they looked at the ideas of things like karma as, if this practice, like you get this with some of the Eastern practices where, this meditation, eventually in your next life, this is going to benefit you. Okay, well, that's great. But if it's not going to help you out in this lifetime, and, unless you are nearing the end of this incarnation, I can understand it then. But, if it's not going to help you out in this lifetime, why are you doing this? Why are you,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, uh, I mean, I I can understand somebody who's like if somebody was doing like stuff to hurt other people,
Mm-hmm.
not just defend themselves, but actually cause an active harm. I mean, I personally wouldn't do it. Defense is one thing,
Mm-hmm.
and one thing that seems to me that's really odd to me is that I seem to remember more the in harm none, but also that lest it be in thy self defense.
Mm-hmm.
That second part seems to have been kind of forgotten in some of the more modern Wiccas. Like, no, it's not. We don't. You don't expect somebody if somebody's breaking in your home, you try to hurt them a lot. You try to harm them a lot.
Right.
If no, if they're minding their own business and you're, hey, live and let live, but once the same thing with bugs. I know there's some pagans they won't kill a bug, and I'm sorry, but you know what? The bugs can stay outside. If they want to pay rent, they can come in.
Heard on that. I hear that. I hear that without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we moving into the 6 o'clock hour, so it'll be time for the second candle and the second offering. This right here is the bind rune for the second candle.
Okay.
And this particular poll was also quite positive. So I'm excited about that. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name you share, and yours is the honor. I do feel much to struggle, give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name you share, and yours is the honor. I do feel much to struggle, and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name you share, and yours is the honor. I do feel much to struggle, most sacred and beloved ancestors, I call upon you to descend upon this place and receive these offerings that we make unto you. Of light, of water, of incense, of fire. We make them for your elevation, for uplifting. We make them for the benefit of ourselves and the great family. So addition to the lights and the incense, we go ahead and offer a libation as well inside that holy chalice. Hail, ancestors, my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name of sharing, yours is the honor. You come out of your struggle, give thanks for your grace. The second of the five sisters is the knowledge of God. Sooner or later, you will know God. You'll choose your own way to get there, and no one can simply hand it to you. Again, it's not so hard to encounter knowledge, but it only matters if you make it your knowledge. Or anyone can say they believe, but if you don't really accept it, it can never help you. And just as God can wait 1,000,000 years for you to arrive, so too, if it takes you 1,000,000 years, well, that's all right. God will understand. God doesn't hate you. God wants you to find your way. God will wait. God isn't waiting for any excuse to slap you down. God is above that. God did not make you to play hockey with. You are a piece of art in progress. God has been good time starting you and isn't going to botch it now just because you may take longer to complete than someone else. At the same time, all of this is true, it is also ultimate. There is no time limit, there is no deadline. God has all the time in the world and then some. When you arrive doesn't matter, only that ultimately you will arrive. You must go to God. God will not come to you. And when you do so as a fulfillment of your existence, not God's. If you never did arrive, though every byroad ultimately leads to the same place after however much wandering, God would not be diminished by your absence. It would be your loss. God is eternal. The actions of men and women cannot diminish God. God does not require your worship or your acknowledgement to exist and to flourish. God existed before there was anything else and will surely not cease to exist because of anything we could do or not do. As a pagan, I revere God as my mother, who created all other existence out of her own primeval existence, and shall henceforward refer to her as such. Though God is surely as much my father as my mother, and her existence cannot very well be limited by the names we put on her. God is not an old man with a long white beard living on a cloud someplace, nor is God a stately woman with oak leaves in her hair living in a sacred grove. These are our images, for our convenience, do not matter in any wise at all to God. God existed when the highest forms of life on earth were dinosaurs, and she existed in no less a stead than now. Though dinosaurs built no temples to her, she was no less a god for the lack of temples and altars, and she loved the dinosaurs no less than us. They lived for a purpose, and their lives had meaning, and they learned the lessons of those lives as well as we do ours. God existed when the only expression of immortal souls on earth were microbes and amoebas. They offered her no praise, they wrote no hymns or sacred books, yet they lived and died and learned the lessons of their lives as well as we. And the mother of all things did not wither and die because the tongues of men and women moved not in her praise. Her existence is independent and eternal. We do not influence it, we cannot alter it, cannot weaken it. God does not exist for us or because of us or for our sake. God exists because God exists. Perhaps in some far off life we were a dinosaur. Perhaps then conceived of God as an eternal dinosaur who broke her egg. Or perhaps you were an amoeba, a giant fern. Someone had to be. God does not require your validation to exist. She has no need, as some religious leaders suggest, to go running after worshippers begging for their allegiance and making bargains of what she will trade them for their worship. It is the worshiper who requires God, not God the worshiper. Well, it may be a little too early, though. You are not the cog on which the wheel of the universe turns. You are not a snail made in a celestial supermarket war between good and evil. Not a soldier in arms to protect God's throne. The universe is not hanged on the actions of your life. That is an appeal to your vanity. No matter what you do, the universe will be just fine. It always has been. There is no divine civil war, there could be. The universe is and always has been firmly under God's control, and her reign is nowise endangered, least of all by us. Only the quality of your life is affected by whether you seek out God or not. Not even the fate of your mortal soul is affected, for all roads will ultimately go to God, by however circuitous a path. Only the quality of this one life, and whatever effect it may carry over to the next, is affected. Isn't that enough? That's the second sister, knowledge of God. So will it be. Praise be to the ancestors. Thank you for your wisdom. When it comes to like your personal practice, Harold, do you have like a favorite mythology or like stories or tales or anything that like really get you swept up?
Well, like I said, the runes, and of course, the Norse mythology.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed that a lot. I've done that. I've tried reading the myths out loud.
Mm-hmm.
And doing devotionals to like the myths that are about that particular god. Like I heard somewhere that they enjoy that.
Mm-hmm.
Like they enjoy being honored that way. Sometimes I question whether I mean, one thing that's come up for me lately is I know we don't worship the same way as the ancient pagans did, right? Because they lived in a different world.
Mm-hmm.
But like, do you think the gods are more like some of the stuff you see on TikTok where it's like Apollo loves you? It's like, really? Like, do you really think so? I mean, it's like, like, if you look in the history of it, sometimes it was like Zeus was playing chess, or Odin was playing chess. He needed warriors to fight Ragnarok. He didn't really care if you liked him. I mean, he might help you out because you're useful. But, how much are these like impersonal forces of nature, or like, I don't know. My druid friend, he tells me everything. He said to think of everything like this: is if it doesn't work in the normal everyday world, like for example, you wouldn't invite a stranger into your house. Somebody you totally didn't know, you wouldn't say, "Oh, come on in. I don't know you, but come on in." And he says, "Why would you do that with like a spirit? Like, why would you like?" At some point you have to get to know them, to build a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
But, at the same time, if it's somebody who's just you know, this, if this person, you just got a bad feeling that this is a bad person, you know, you wouldn't want to hang out with them. You wouldn't want to invite them in.
Mm-hmm.
And from my understanding, that's one of the reasons. That's one of the things that really annoyed me when I was younger, and I looked at ceremonial magic. They didn't answer, why are you doing the lesser banishing ritual, the pentagram, and the Kabbalistic cross? You know, one reason I've heard, and I know there's more than one reason, but it's to keep the energy out from other people. You know, because their energy can commingle with yours, and it's not always a good thing, especially if they're not nice people.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah, and so rituals like the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram and the hexagram and what have you, like they are space clearing rituals, and they each clear space on a different level. So they clear space on an elemental level, on a planetary level, what have you, depending on which form you're doing. And so clear the space, make it so that energetically speaking, it's vibrating at a neutral. Then when you do cast your circle, your invocations, the energy that enters is specifically the energy that you call. And to the thing that you said earlier about like the gods, like do they actually love you or do they actually care about having relationships with us? I think that the answer is, you know, some of them actually do have an interest in humanity and human affairs. Some of them do have an interest in how we develop or how we evolve. And those spirits need to know us. And I also think that one of the wonderful things about mythology and about reading up on the stories of these spirits, that like you get their epithet, or you get aspects of their name that help you get closer to the aspect of the spirit that you want to get to, or help you get to the spirit that functions in a way that is most aligned with your goal or with your purpose. And then one thing that's also fun to look at is like, how do you work your magic, or how do you attain your goal? How do you raise energy without invoking the name of a divinity at all? And what does that ritual, or what does that spellcraft look like versus spellcraft that does call upon the name for the vibration of a divinity that you've been building your relationship with?
Or another thing is, if you don't involve, you know, some sort of deity, and you're just doing the magic, you know, with your own power. I mean, does it matter?
Right.
As long as you, the only difference is who gets the credit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, if you're just call upon your higher self, you know, then, you know, I guess I could give this out. Like I said, it's just a little uncomfortable when you first meet a new person, because you know, you wonder like, how much can I say and how much is going to be okay and how much is like, you know, maybe I should say that, maybe I shouldn't say that.
Mm-hmm.
But like when I was looking for a patron, and I really thought Diana would be cool. I was like, Diana would be cool to work with. And so like I asked her on one of the moons, one of the East Sabbats, I was like, oh, like, would you work with me? And she was like very polite, but she's like, we have nothing in common. She just looked at me like, you fool. Like, are you stupid? You don't hunt. You know, you don't even have a dog. You know, like you're not an archer. Like, you know, you don't even go camping. I mean, it's like all the stuff she's over, and I just realized it was like, yeah, we have nothing in common. I mean, it was just it just kind of makes sense that like what you're doing. I mean, sometimes the gods are just you're just in just like people you meet in the real world. You might meet some of the nicest people in the world, but they could be into things that you just have no interest in at all.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like they're in a like some they might be into Japanese architecture or something, and you're like, what? Like, I mean, that's great, but I don't know anything about it, but that's some of the experiences I've had because I was going over and again, you seem to be like a person. I can tell you're a person who people confide in you.
Yeah, that happens a bunch.
Yeah, I get that. You have a kind of a non-judgmental kind of vibe. But that's some. I was going, like I said, I was going over some of the stuff I've done in the last year and just trying to review it and to see like where I am and where I'm, where I want to go in the future, and you know, those are some of the things that come up.
Yeah, I try to judgmental stance. Because like at the end of the day, we all here doing the best that we can. I hope.
Mm.
It's a real and when it comes to existing in a magical community, like I do find everybody does have something to say or something that they would like to add. And whether or not it's relevant at the moment or if it fits is like we almost don't know until it's out there. So I was just gone and indoctrinated into the idea that every voice has value.
Mm.
I don't leave it that way. Because who knows, like God might be to any of these individuals, and if I'm not wise enough or quick enough or smart enough or open-minded enough to catch it, I might just really truly information.
Mm. What are some of the things you some of the things from your practice, if you don't mind talking about them? Did you have anything like that where you thought something was going to work out one way and the universe pretty much told you know?
Earlier on, when I was much younger, I had this habit of doing magic without doing divination first.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the time where I would do magic, try to attract something or manifest something into my life, and I would get what I asked for, but what I asked for wasn't actually what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And so once I got into the habit of doing some kind of reading or some kind of divination before doing magic, the things going haywire, things going uh, not as expected, that cut down so much.
Hmm. I can see that. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so like that's my ongoing recommendation. Like flip a coin, roll a dice, draw a card or something before you just go ahead and like activate your like soul's powers on a situation.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question.
Well, yeah, I mean, you meet a lot of there's even people you meet in the pagan community and they don't even really want to talk about magic.
Mm-hmm.
They want to talk about partying
Mm-hmm.
and I. What do you think of the like the general pagan community now? Do you think it's better? Or do you think it's gotten worse, or just people are people and it's always going to be the same?
That part right there, people are people, and we
Yeah.
can treat that immensely. I do think that there's been a bunch of destigmatization and a lot of the fear that was wrapped up in participating in witchcraft. I think that has diminished, and I think that a bunch of our practices and traditions have moved into the mainstream, burning candles, carrying stones, hugging trees, caring about the earth. Like these things have come to the forefront. But like also there is still that, you know, there's some elitism in paganism still. There's a lot of practicing things that should be from or giving due diligence to, you know, the historical foundations of practices. Back in the day, the famous thing would be to like publish a book with one of the major publishers, like Weffin or Wiser or what have you. But now it's about like the claim to fame is being an influencer, like on the TikToks or the interwebs, and it really still has like the feel of, you know, performative as opposed to like lifestyle, you know, evolution, trying to make life better for myself. So I think that like people are really people, and there have been some great games that have been made, and there are people out there who do want to increase the visibility and the professionalism, and increase the access to pagan wisdom and metaphysical knowledge, which I think is a beautiful thing.
What authors do you really get a lot out of? And I know this is a loaded question because I could have something that changed my life, and to you it's like, what is this? You know, it's personal. It's very personal.
Very much. In my, like back in the day when I was playing craft, again, I was like 13, 14, 15 years old. And back at that time, the authors were Ravenwolf, Christopher Hendak, Dorothy Morrison, Scott Cunningham, Raven Buckland, like that kind of ilk. And then, of course, like Reverend Don was also in there and produced multiple books on magic and Wicca. But what I found out through reading and through going to events and classes and courses in the community is that all of them were talking about and teaching very similar things. Of course, there are differences amongst these traditions, but all of them were very similar. And so the thing that like intrigued me most was finding different ways to apply the things that they were teaching. Finding different ways to apply what they meant by shadow, or what they meant by quarter call, what they meant by casting the circle. Finding all the different ways that I could creatively expand on these practices. And then, of course, like, I really did like the less magical and more philosophical and theological kinds of discussion. So like the mythologies, Don Miguel Ruiz in like Four Agreements, reading books about like archetypal psychology and the hero's journey. It is pretty like phenomenal. Reading about like the mature masculine, masculine, also like very important. There's a book called King Warrior, and it's by these authors Moore and Gillette, and it is about how to recognize the mature masculine. And that book poses a great question: how would the world know if the mature or the divine masculine was present? What would happen? What would we expect from someone who was a mature masculine? And I think that I think
yeah, you're breaking up. Let me I've got to go eat dinner, but I want to come back. I really enjoyed talking to you.
It was great having you here. We're
Yeah, but I'm going to try to come back if I can.
And then you can also interact in the chat if you want.
Okay.
All right, take it easy. Oh, that was nice. Welcome back, Reverend Autumn.
Thank you. No, Taryn, I asked you to go out the door and then close it, buddy.
Oh,
Oh, okay. You go ahead and do that, bud. Ah, the cute sounds of young childhood.
mm-hmm.
So, how are things going so far? I was hoping to get in on that conversation a little sooner. It was definitely an interesting one.
It was, but we could pick it up. Things are going pretty good. Offerings are still being made. Candles are being lit. Wine rooms are being drawn. Things are going on according to plan, and I love it for us.
Oh, it looks like you have two on the second one. Is that Ansus and Wunjo?
Oh, listen, your eyesight is so good. You can't see the third one because of its position, but this one is made at a 3.
Oh, yep, there it is.
But
I forget what that one's called. It's the O rune for community.
yeah, is that Othila?
Yep, sounds about right.
Uh-huh. So yeah, that one just got drawn on. So for you, as far as like, where do you stand on magic for personal gain, or like doing magic for the sake of your own benefit?
Sorry, dealing with the toddler here. Um, I believe as long as it harms none, I don't see a problem with it. I mean, you can always overanalyze it and be like, well, what if you do a spell for promotion and then somebody doesn't get it who deserved it, you're doing harm there. Like, you can always overanalyze things, but I think in general, as long as it harms none, you're fine.
Hmm. I agree. And that's why I do, because of situations just like that you just mentioned, I do recommend doing that divination first. And a lot of times when you connect with spirit about the issue at hand and the magic you want to do, a lot of times your guides, your patrons, the ancestors, your higher self will actually tell you the spell that is, or the working, or the ingredients and all of that, that is going to be best helpful for what it is that you're trying to achieve.
Yeah, that happened with my last working actually. It was them that kind of told me what I should do, and although when I was trying to look up something online for that specific working, and it suggested using this herb I could just not get a hold of, and I mentioned it to a friend, and they're like, "Oh, well, you should use this," and
Mhm.
then I did. So,
Mhm.
like, I feel like sometimes things just kind of come together in that regard. Like, on one side you've got deity telling you what kind of working you need to do, but then you're trying to find a good how to, and then like other things just kind of come together and make it happen.
Mhm. I love when that happens. It's so validating. Do you have a favorite mythology, a favorite like myth or story that you go back to time and time again?
um Not one that I go back to time and time again. Like, there's the story of Tyr and Fenrir. um because I work with Tyr quite a lot. He's the For those of you who aren't familiar with Tyr, he's kind of the god of family protection and kind of righteous justice. Um, and he has also been accused of being a god of war, and I could kind of see where that comes from too. But um, But like I was actually the myth that I was gonna bring was just like a folk tale from Norway.
Ooh, I would love to hear
Um,
that.
what's that?
I would love to hear it.
Okay, this is the story of called the Cat of Dorve. Um, so there was this man who was traveling. The stories vary whether it's Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve. But either way, he's traveling and in the middle of nowhere, and he's lucky enough to find an inn to stop for the night. And the innkeeper says, look, you're welcome to stay here, but just so you know, every year on this night, these trolls they attack my inn, they steal all the food, they steal all my money. I You're welcome to stay, but I wouldn't if I were you. So the guy goes, nope, that's okay. I've got my cat with me. Everything will be fine. Um, so the innkeeper kind of looks at him like he's a little nuts. But he ends up sitting by a fire, and this great and his cat sleep by his, like, just kind of wanders in and just falls asleep by his feet. So he also falls asleep kind of by this chair by the fire. And needless to say, all of these trolls come, and they try and do their thing like they always do, and they try and steal the stuff. And thing is, this time, the guy who was there visiting, his cat woke up, and it wasn't a cat; it was a polar bear.
Okay.
So so this polar bear just whooped all of these trolls, sent them packing, and they all ran off. Not a single one managed to get a single, like, slice of bread. And the innkeeper was so grateful that said, you know what, you can stay here for free anytime you want. So that the year rolls around, and the same time next year comes, and same evening, there's this little knock on the door, and it's the trolls. They knocked on the door, and they're like, we were just wondering if that cat was still here. And the innkeeper says, oh yes, she's still here, and she's got a whole herd of kittens, even more fearsome than she was, and they never attacked the inn again.
Uh-huh. A fun story. Fun story. It was a polar bear the whole time. Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you think the purpose of that story is?
um Yeah. It's the story just reminds me of one of the tenets of Norse paganism, which is hospitality.
Hmm.
Back in the day, um, somebody being willing to take someone in was literally the difference between life and death.
Hmm.
So hospitality was a very, very big deal, a very big tenet of Norse paganism. And it just kind of reminds me of that, and how, even though he knew he was going to be robbed, he still was willing to take this guy in. And he kind of got instant karma for it, because all those trolls ended up going away and never coming back. So
Word. Word. I like that. The reward for following, the principles, the reward for being real about it. I like that. And I like that hospitality is one of the tenets too. That's excellent. Let's see. I do have a myth picked out that is dedicated to Frigga. And I'm down to read it. It's not very, very long. It's called Frigga's Attendants. And
hey,
it's
before you start, can I interrupt really quickly? My Norse pagan husband had something to add. That
sure.
traveler was meant to be Odin, because he often travels with a polar bear, or sorry, with a bear. Okay, he often travels with a bear. Or wolves or ravens.
Word. I did not know that Odin traveled with a bear.
Me
But
neither. I just knew about the ravens and the wolves. So,
It depends on which part of Norse paganism you look at. If you look at it from an Arthurian point of view, Odin was said to be able to transform into a bear.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing you could hear him then.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Okay.
My apologies for interrupting.
Wow, you family, right?
Yeah, he's family.
Thanks for that energy, and thanks for talking about God. Shit, no apologies needed. But when I hear about a story that like has a wanderer in it, like sometimes I wonder, like, was that meant to be Odin? Like,
Yeah.
around getting into stuff.
Oh, that is what he does.
All right, so Frigga's Attendants is the name of this story. And it's in this book right here called Epic Norse Myths and Tales. This is what it looks like right here for anyone who might be interested. Frigga had as her own special attendants a number of beautiful maidens, among whom were Fulla, her sister, according to some authorities, to whom she entrusted her jewel casket. Fulla always presided over her mistress's toilet, was privileged to put on her golden shoes, attended her everywhere, was her confidant, and often advised her how best to help the mortals who implored her aid. Fulla was very beautiful indeed and had long golden hair, which she wore flowing loose over her shoulders, restrained only by a golden circlet or snood. As her hair was emblematic of the golden grain, this circlet represented the binding of the sheaf. Fulla was also known as Abundia or Abundantia in some parts of Germany, where she was considered the symbol of the fullness of the earth. Helene, Frigga's second attendant, was the goddess of consolation, sent out to kiss away the tears of mourners and pour balm into hearts wrung by grief. She also listened with ever open ears to the prayers of mortals, carrying them to her mistress and advising her at times how best to answer them and give them the desired relief. Gna was Frigga's swift messenger, mounted upon her fleet steed, Hoof Thrower. She would travel with marvelous rapidity through fire and air, over land and sea, and was therefore considered the personification of the refreshing breeze. Darting thus to and fro, Gna saw all that was happening upon earth and told her mistress all she knew. On one occasion, she was passing over Hunaland. She saw King Rayrir, a lineal descendant of Odin, sitting mournfully by the shore, bewailing his childlessness. The Queen of Heaven, who was also goddess of childbirth, upon hearing this, took an apple, the emblem of fruitfulness, from her private store, gave it to Gna, and bade her carry it to the king. With the rapidity of the element she personified, Gna darted away, and as she passed over Rayrir's head, she dropped her apple into his lap with a radiant smile. The king pondered for a moment upon the meaning of this sudden apparition and gift, and then hurried home, his heart beating high with hope, and gave the apple to his wife to eat. In due season, to his intense joy, she bore him a son, Volsung, the great northern hero, who became so famous that he gave his name to all his race. Besides the three above mentioned, Frigga had other attendants in her train. There was the mild and gracious maiden Lofn, praise or love, whose duty it was to remove all obstacles from the path of lovers. Viothin's duty was to incline obdurate hearts to love, to maintain peace and concord among mankind, and to reconcile quarreling husbands and wives. Sin, truth, guarded the door of Frigga's palace, refusing to open it to those who were not allowed to come in. When she had once shut the door upon a would-be intruder, no appeal would avail to change her decision. She therefore presided over all tribunals and trials, and whenever a thing was to be vetoed, the usual formula was to declare that sin was against it. Gefyon was also one of the maidens in Frigga's palace, and to her were entrusted all those who died unwedded, whom she received and made happy forever. According to some authorities, Gefyon did not remain a virgin herself, but married one of the giants by whom she had 4 sons. This same tradition goes on to declare that Odin sent her before him to visit Gylfi, king of Sweden, and to beg for some land which she might call her own. The king, amused at her request, promised her as much land as she could plow through in one day and night. Gefyon, nothing daunted, changed her 4 sons into oxen, harnessed them to a plow, and began to cut a furrow so wide and deep that the king and his courtiers were amazed. But Gefyon continued her work without showing any signs of fatigue, and when she had plowed all around a large piece of land, forcibly wrenched it away and made her oxen drag it down into the sea, where she made it fast and called it Sealand. As for the hollow she left behind her, it was quickly filled with water and formed a lake, at first called Logrum, the sea, but now known as Malar, whose every indentation corresponds with the headlands of Sealand. Gefyon then married Skiold, one of Odin's sons, and became the ancestress of the royal Danish race of Skioldungs, dwelling in the city of Hlydra or Lethra, which she founded and which became the principal place of sacrifice for the heathen Danes. Ira, also Frigga's attendant, was considered a most skillful physician. She gathered simples all over the earth to cure both wounds and diseases, and it was her province to teach the science to women, who were the only ones to practice medicine among the ancient nations of the north. Vera heard all oaths and punished perjurers, while she rewarded those who faithfully kept their word. Then there were also Vor, Faith, who knew all that was to occur throughout the world, and Snatra, goddess of virtue, who had mastered all knowledge. With such a galaxy of attendants, it is little wonder that Frigga was considered a powerful deity. But in spite of the prominent place she occupied in northern religion, she had no special temple nor shrine, and was but little worshipped except in company with Odin. So might be. I just learned a whole lot about Frigga and got inspired a whole lot about ways to utilize magic and ways to approach Frigga and like approach a relationship with her by reading about all the attendants that she had and the purposes that they represent. That was dope. I liked reading that. Good for us.
Nice.
Do you celebrate any like Norse holidays?
Not unless you count Yule.
I do.
and Midsummer, but
Word, Yule and Midsummer. That's excellent.
I'm half Norwegian by heritage, so like lately those deities have been kind of coming to find me.
Mm-hmm. Now, what's that like for you? Getting like hunted down by your people?
I don't know. I wasn't raised on these stories. Like I was raised on like folk stories like the one I just told.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Cat of Dorve and Mumble Grumble Goose Egg and the Three Billiken Whiskers. Um but like I really didn't know anything about the deities until I got older and like actually researched them.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's pretty neat, I guess, that because being raised with a lot of, I don't know, it's, I mean, like, while I was talking a little bit about like the Norse pagan, precept of hospitality, and even though my folks growing up were not Norse pagan, like being hospitable was very important.
Hmm.
So like I feel like I do understand the Norse deities better because I know some of the folk tales, and like I was raised with some of the ideas, even if they were, my parents were not Norse pagans.
Hmm.
So
Understood. And do you find that like you can connect easier, call them easier? Like there's like a pre-established channel for you when it comes to these divinities?
I feel like it wasn't originally that way, but in recent years, yes. Like there was one day when I was intent on calling one, and like another name just came out of my mouth, and I'm like, "What? I don't work with you." And they're like, "Yeah, I do now."
Surprise claimed. And what kinds of things do you do to like honor them, feed them, like show attention to them?
Um, sometimes when I meditate, like I'll talk to them. Um, the the Norse are often kind of like about, sacrifices, but like it doesn't have to be like a blood sacrifice. Um, like it could just be, leaving some of your best part of your food out for deities,
Hmm.
or finding, getting a very small cup of mead to leaving them out to honor the land whites,
Hmm.
things like that.
Hmm.
I don't know. I suppose I can't even call myself Norse Wiccan because, like, I'm more Wiccan than anything else. But, like, most of the deities that I kind of hang with these days are Norse.
Heard.
Like, it wasn't always that way, but, like, the other ones kind of just, I don't know, stopped showing up. And it could just be because, like, I'm in a different era of my life right now, and, I maybe don't need what they have to offer currently.
And that I have noticed, like that will happen. That the divinities will step in for a period of time based on what we need, based on what we require, what we ask for, and then once that is done, they will take a step back and make room for the next lesson to enter. What are so you said need for the land whites? In your opinion, what role do the land whites play in like helping us have like a desired life, like a peaceful life, or um, uh, like sustainable life, even?
Well, because we homestead, like the land is a lot more important than just somebody who, has a lawn.
Mhm.
Um, the land grows our food, it feeds our chickens who give us food. Um, so there's, a lot more kind of, I guess, importance as far as the land whites go. Um, I lived in a place where the land whites were incredibly not friendly, and like everything I chose to do, like landscape wise, ended up going wrong for some reason or other. Um, it was a very odd experience.
That
Um,
sounds it.
yeah.
It absolutely sounds it. It sounds like tenuous and stressful, really, to
Um,
be on property where like the spirits of the property just like are unfriendly.
yeah, it was very, I ended up consulting a friend who was like a lot more well versed in like Norse practices, and oh, I can't remember what it is I did, but like I did a thing, and then after that everything calmed down.
Word.
So yeah.
And like based on your experience, like what is the best thing to do when you got like unfriendly like land spirits and like you not about to go anywhere, they not about to go anywhere. Like what's the workaround for you?
Well, in this case, it was to find a way to communicate with them and figure out what the problem was.
Mhm.
And so, what the problem with these particular land whites, the house I lived in used to be like a lot more kind of in a village, so we had maybe a half acre of land, and a lot of that was like lawn, and I turned about half of the lawn into a garden. And then the rest of it was like wooded. And apparently the land whites wanted me to leave the wooded part alone. And then once, I actually realized what the problem was, I could agree to that and everything was fine after that.
And you know, that's not the first time that I have heard that like land spirits are very particular about a specific part of their property. And
Mhm.
like they would be glad to either leave you alone or support you for everything that you did as long as you didn't bother that specific space. Um, like I wonder, like, what is the common thread through that? Like, what is the thing that happens or could happen, or what do the spirits have planned for like this one particular patch of land? And a lot of times it hasn't been so much land that like it's an inconsequential amount of like property. And like of course, like as the property owner, like you want access to all your stuff. But like if the spirits is like, we're gonna make your whole life miserable, like it does boil down to like inconsequential, like, make the offerings here, leave the land alone here. We get their support in every other place else but this particular spot. So it does like become inconsequential. Like I wonder, like, what is their purpose for that land that they're not letting people travel on?
That's an interesting, yeah. I kind of got the general idea that that was kind of where they lived and where they um and that was kind of like they saw it as their space.
Hmm.
But I don't know, that happened some years ago, so I don't actually the memory is not 100% clear.
Heard, heard. I've never owned any property of my own, so I haven't had any personal experiences with things like that. But like as a renter, it is like part of the settling in process to just like leave out some milk and honey for like the property spirits. Like living in the city, like property lines are very,
Close.
yeah. But I wonder, like, if those like lines are like, do they matter to the spirits of this land? Like, it's an arbitrary line for us. Like, we don't cross it, but like, is there like for this entire neighborhood? Is there like a group of spirits that just like, yep, like this is our part of the neighborhood, or like before there were houses here, like we were here, like we go where we want. So in general, I just like, you know what? For whatever spirits is like roaming this neighborhood, or like whoever block this is, like this milk, this honey, this candle is for you. And that's part of my settling in process to a new home.
Nice. Yeah, usually I'll do a house blessing for like a new home. I've moved around quite a bit, but this is the second property I've owned in a while.
Hmm.
Like there was that other property, and then like 15 years before that I owned something else.
Hmm.
So but things are really good here. Whatever land whites are here, they're very I don't know, it's interesting because there's not a lot in the way of wildlife up here. Um like we free range our chickens, and not like we lost 3 all summer. Which is amazing for free ranging birds. Usually, they're chickens. They taste good. We all know this. And so does anything else that could possibly want to eat them. So the fact that we only lost 3 all summer last year was just incredible. And it was just a bobcat that was passing through. It wasn't even anything that like stuck around.
Heard. That's dope. Homesteading sounds great, but there's a part of me that's like, nah, it sounds like all fun and games until you gotta like plow or like set up a chicken coop or like do any of these things that like actually require that work. Then I don't know what my opinion would be of it then.
Well, I mean, there's like, there's definitely different levels of homesteading. There definitely is. Like, we actually just visited a friend of mine who homesteads, and she got her stuff set up. Like, she'd been there for 2.5 years, and we've been at our current place for 1.5 years. So we kind of were comparing notes and things like that. And she she also did things different. We built our own chicken coop, and it cost around $2,000.
Mm-hmm.
She bought her own chicken coop, and it cost around 8.
All right now.
So like there's it's a matter of how much you want to do. Like, you can set up automatic feeders, automatic waterers. There is even a you can even set up a little door for your chickens that's either sunlight activated or just like timer.
Mm-hmm.
So like you don't even have to deal with your chickens every day unless, you want to go collect eggs. Um but there are definitely things that do take a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
Um it takes a lot of work to get a garden in, but it doesn't take a lot of work to maintain one.
Heard on that. What's
Um
maybe like the most rewarding thing for you so far when it comes to homesteading?
and there's also, somebody gave this really good example of getting a cow. Now, somebody gets a cow for meat and somebody gets a cow for dairy. The person who gets the cow for meat, they put them in a field and they have to kind of make sure they have water if there's no water in the field. And every so often rotate their grazing. And then at the end of the year or the summer or however long, you butcher the cow, you get like 1,000 pounds of meat or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you compare that with a dairy cow. This cow, you have to, not only graze, but you have to milk it twice a day.
Yikes.
So like there's definitely levels. It's just a matter of what is worth your time to you.
Heard on that.
Some people would love to have their own milk, and it is worth their time to milk their own cow every single day. And some people are like, nope, I want to take vacation sometimes. I will buy my milk from this friend over here, and I'll share some of my meat with them when I butcher.
Heard. Heard. All right, it's 7 o'clock now. That means it's time for the next candle and the next offering. Okay, this is the next candle. This one got 2 rings on it. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I call upon you to descend upon this place and receive these offerings that we do make to you. We make them to strengthen our relationships with you. We make them to elevate you. We make them to continue to reconcile our commitment to the great work Accept these candles, these incense, accept this water, accept these spirits that we offer you, accept the prayers, and accept the intentions of the people who have gathered in your name. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Give the ancestors some more booze. Din, 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 woo woo, din, 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 woo woo, din, 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 din. Fireball.
Well, that'll definitely leave an impression.
Most sacred and beloved ancestors, we do know and acknowledge that you are the author of our best and brightest blessings. And so we make all these offerings unto you so that you can author some divine blessings through that vault of heaven. I do cleanse all of us, making us clean and renewed. With holy water. I do charge all of us to remember our connection to our higher selves, our ancestors, our divinities. I charge all of us to remember our power, the gifts that we uniquely bring into the world. I call on and challenge all Corellians to remember their connection to their higher selves, to remember their abilities to heal, their ability to attract abundance, to attract righteousness and justice. I do challenge all Corellians to participate in activities that best exemplify these powers. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
And then I do have if our first sister is the ability to know, and our second sister is the knowledge of God, our third sister is the knowledge of the nature and pattern of life. Life. God created life, our life, and all life. She did not mess up the job. God does not mess up. The first important point about life is that it is eternal. The body dies, the soul goes on. It is immortal. This is no revolutionary idea. We have always believed it even before we were us. The Neanderthals, a kind of being not quite the same as we, buried their dead ceremoniously with a view towards afterlife, for what we today call mankind even existed as a species. Yet to truly accept the concept of eternal life is such a release. One is freed from so many of the frustrations and sadness of life, not to mention the fears. Like putting a light on in the darkness, it changes everything. For accepting life as eternal, what fear in this entire world is left to one? Now, almost everyone, particularly anyone likely to be reading this booklet, gives lip service to eternal life, but how many really believe it? They say it because they are afraid to not believe it, but they do not really believe it either. They are not truly taken the belief into them. In my family, it is said, send the dead forth in joy. A funeral is not the occasion of sadness and desolation, for if life is eternal, how can death hold either fear or horror? Death, like life, perforce unites all living things. Can you imagine the difference it makes not to fear it? What is it in this entire world which does not die? Even the mountains rise up and fall down. The seas dry up as other seas begin. Surely you will die. And yet the knowledge of eternal life cannot but invalidate the fear so many feel for death. If, like our first sister, they can truly accept the idea. God did not mess up the world, and death is not a pathological condition. It is as it was meant to be. God intends for all living things to die. Death is meant to come. God planned it that way from the first. Death is not an end to life. It is a change, and all things must die. Without death, there can be no rebirth. And just as the sun sets each night to rise again each morning, just as the trees turn brown and cast away their leaves to sprout again each spring, so too for us, rebirth is invariably follows death. There is no reason to live at all if one only lives once. For what can one do in one life that God, our mother, would possibly have considered important enough to expend so much effort and care in our creation? Very few people, not even counting the millions who have died at birth, in infancy, and childhood, do anything in their lives particularly good or bad, leastwise on a scale to impress God. Most lives are very humble compared to God. A Hitler or Gandhi might have a life meaningful enough to impress God if the purpose of life were really a pass-fail test of the quality of a soul. But what about a woman who spent her life in a 19th century cotton mill? A man dead at 19 in Vietnam? An Amazon Indian who never lived above subsistence level? Are any of these really worthy of eternal damnation for the petty acts of underprivileged lives? Could any one of them even have the opportunity to be really evil? And by the same token, on such flimsy grounds, which of them could be truly said to be worthy of eternal paradise? One life is not enough to do or be anything for the vast majority of people. If God were going to judge them on it, how many of them would be any use to her at all? To sit in a heavenly choir all day and do nothing but sing her praises? Maybe. But that is a remarkably trivial excuse to have gone to so much trouble for, isn't it? But after many lives, a soul could be well educated for eternity, and a credit to God, as well as useful to her, truly deserving of an eternal existence as a single life could hardly make it, and an end product worth the effort. The God who created the universe was a practical, thoughtful God, not a vain, self-indulgent dreamer. As God is our mother, so life and death are her right and left hands, her two faces, an eternal cycle in this world. To pagans, the forms of God are never literal. They are to help us understand the complex nature of God. God is like a diamond, and all her different forms and all the religions of man are the glittering facets she wears. Life and death are two of the most important of these facets in our religion. They have always been enshrined and honored by us through many eras and cultures. In Egypt, they were the lovers Isis, who was life, and Osiris, who was death. Also the combatants Horus, who was life, and Set, who was death, and Ra, who was life, and Apep, who was death. To the Aztecs, Quetzalcoatl is life, and Tezcatlipoca is death. There were Ishtar and Tammuz, Persephone and Hades, Apollo and Diana, forever loving. There are Apollo and Pan, St. George and the Moor, eternally at odds. We live, we die, we live again, for centuries, millennia. Now that is an excuse to create a universe. And whether shown as lovers or combatants, the dance of life and death is the dance of forever, the dance of the soul, stepping lightly between this world and the other. So mote it be.
So motivate.
Life and death. What a concept. When it comes to your personal practice, Lady Autumn, how do you like reconcile those principles for yourself?
Life and death.
Mhm.
Hmm. I don't know. I guess kind of just the way I think of things is that I know death comes for us all and it's part of life, but at the same time, there's too much I want to do, so I'm not ready yet.
Mhm.
Um as far as other people, I don't know. I kind of have a like I appreciate like the practice of, telling stories about those who have passed, things that have, really just kind of bespoke who they were in life,
Mhm.
Yeah, even though like a lot of them are silly little stories or, um but like yeah, I don't know, it's a little hard to explain, but like just little anecdotes, things that, you remembered about a person, like um like how my grandfather always loved doing crossword puzzles, and this one particular, and he loved Charlie Chaplin's The Gold Rush. Must have watched it like every time we were over. Um, and my grandmother loved to play pinochle, and she had a wicked sense of humor. Just little things.
Mhm. Heard on that. For me, like I guess I kind of turn it into a joke. I don't really know for certain if me being born into this life happened simultaneously as me dying in a different life. So, like, I mean, in order for me to be here, like, I probably died a bunch already. Like, I really can't prove if the life I'm living right now is not an afterlife to a different aspect of life I was living, before my mom gave birth to me.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I definitely believe that, that we come back to a point. Um, like I don't think this is my first life by far. But it's also kind of hard to know what else is going on at the same time, you know.
Hmm. Hmm. And we do talk about that in the third degree about like probabilities and parallel lives and all of that stuff.
Mhm.
And it is quite like I don't want to trivialize it by calling it entertaining, but it is very like it is an entertaining thing to do to like
It's a
even
lot.
a parallel life. Just like, what's another version of my soul doing like right now in this kind of like what are they doing? How are they handling it? Like what do they think of, if I think of it as a dumpster fire, like, do they have a calmer, cooler head about the situation? Like, did they
Mhm.
make a choice that, and I say they like it's not me, like, did this other parallel life or this other probability, like, was there a choice that was made that really helped them circumvent a struggle that I'm going through? And like, if they made that choice, like, can I learn what that choice was so I could do it too?
That's interesting. One other thing that's really interesting is my 8-year-old. Like every so often, like let's say we're driving and we've driven this road like so many different times because we take it to school every day, and he's like, "There's a house that I haven't noticed before," And like he's decided without me teaching him anything that like we just shifted like realities or multiverses or whatever. Like I forget how he put it exactly, but it was just really strange to kind of hear that kind of teaching coming from an 8-year-old.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? Children are the most magical little things that I could think of.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from wild animals, and like I think they're like, you know, quote unquote uncivilized, undomesticated kind of what have yous. I think they're just like really full of magic and potential.
Yeah, and every so often, like, you know, they'll just say things that are just get you thinking. Like
Uh
this
huh.
one right here. Um, there we go. That one right there. I want to say it was about a year ago. He's like, I remember when I was the mommy and you were the baby.
Ooh. Yep. Full pause. Hey, buddy. Full pause. Okay. Soulmates.
So yeah, so every so often weird things happen.
Yeah. And so when stuff like that happens and you're parenting, like what is your, you know, reaction or your response? Like how do you leverage that?
I kind of just say, okay. You know, there's nothing saying it didn't happen.
Right. That part's the truth. What's that? Is that a car? Is that a rock?
Yeah, that's a toy car.
Ah, toy car.
Yeah.
Vroom vroom.
Uh-oh. Buddy, I had a string. Up, I found it. Okay.
One of our buddies in the chat said that they call upon the past life versions um, often to help like figure things out. Word. Past
That's a
life.
really good idea. It's something that never really occurred to me was, you call upon your higher self all the time, but like it never occurred to me at least to call on like past versions of myself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. My shortcut, you know, I won't even really call it a shortcut because it took me a while to learn how to do it. But my shortcut, and if like I could share with everyone, like this thing that I do, like I call it a power or a skill or what have you. But this thing that I do, like I would share with everybody. If you could learn how to look into the future to your future self who has already solved your problem or who has already figured it out and figured out like what they did to do it, that really does cut back on a lot of the guesswork.
Oh wow. That would be that's a cool idea. Hey buddy, I want to see please. Thank you. Mwah.
Yep, I don't want to see.
Well, it's my call and my computer, so if you don't want to see, you can go to bed because it is bedtime for you, you know.
Yeah, but there's a time.
There is a time. That's how long they've been live for. It says 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 57 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
All right, bud. Yeah, this one here, Odin, pretty much just marked him out on his very first day, which is crazy to me.
Ow.
Sorry, bud. As soon as he was born, there were 2 ravens outside my hospital room.
Oh,
And they did not leave the entire 4 days.
oh.
Somebody in the chat said my future self has also come through for me a bunch too. If I get upset about something, sometimes they'll pop up and be like, "It's not that serious," and then I'm like, "Okay, gotcha."
Word.
All right, I am gonna pause, or I am gonna mute for a minute because this guy's gonna needs to go to bed, and he's gonna get loud because he doesn't want to.
Heard.
Alright,
I'm also going to
I am
mute.
not gonna get
And if anyone pops in, you feel free to use this space as a sanctuary. You can type any of your prayers into the chat, or you can spend some time in silent prayer. And I will be back in time for the 8 o'clock offering. Thanks to everybody who has joined me so far, to Gerald and to Lady Autumn, who is a high priestess in the Northeast region of the United States. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your night, and I will be back at like 7:50 to continue the offerings for the evening. So y'all could join me back at that time if y'all feel like it. Hello, hello, everybody. Your boy is back as promised. Hopefully, y'all had some good time in this sanctuary by yourself without me talking or yapping or blabbing or anything like that. You got some prayer time in, you got some meditation time in, you got some communion with the ancestors in. Tonight for this vigil, I do specifically have on the altar Laveda Lewis High Correll and William High Correll as the ancestors. Both of these individuals were heads of the tradition. At one point, William High Correll was first priest. And at one point, the beloved Laveda Lewis High Correll was first priestess. So those two are members of our lineage. And now we're gonna go ahead and decorate the fourth candle. We're moving right along too. We already start in hour 4. The fourth candle is made up of the runes Ahwaz, Tewaz, and Wunjo. All right, skills. Show up and show out for you, boy. Moving right along. It's starting to get dark out. The sun is setting. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but I hear my neighbor's dog barking. This dog don't usually go crazy or anything like that. So I might need something. Handle your butt, neighbor. Yeah. All right, and just like that, it stopped. Good job. Oh, spoke too soon. For those of y'all who are joining or who have gotten here in the most recent minutes that have been going on, the goddess that has been invoked for this evening is Frigga. And each of the candles that are going to be used for this vigil, they were used in last month's, and they'll be used in next month's, but all of them have a bindery now. So this is the one for this particular candle for number 4. Some of these candles, they like 3 runes were drawn for each of them, but in the runes that I was using, in the pack that I was using, there were actually multiple blank tiles in there. And so the first one, So Wilo, I pulled it, and the first rune that I pulled was blank. Then I pulled So Wilo, and then I pulled another one after that that was also blank. And so that's why that particular one only has that particular rune. And I did leave those in there, the blank with the additional blank ones. I left them all in there. And some of the other ones, did come up with a blank, which represents the weird. But for the most part, all of them do have with the exception of a few, all of them do have 3 runes that went to make up the symbol. Of course, so far we've given candles, we've given water, we've given incense, and of course we give booze. And that's what it is going to be for this particular working. And for the last one to occur in May, we'll have some more dynamic and different offerings. For those of you who are watching in the chat or on Facebook or anything like that, you can definitely enter any of your questions or any of your contributions in the chat function of where you're watching from. I'll do my best to get to these questions or engage you in conversation as we move along. I will be reading from various spiritual texts related to the Corellian tradition. I've been doing the 5 mystic secrets for the past couple of hours. I've been reading myths related to Frigga and to the Norse for the last one. But I think I will switch gears and move into the Vangelo delle Streghe, which is one of the important texts for the Corellian tradition. And I'll move into that when the 8 o'clock hour strikes and the next offering is set to be made. Also, for those of you who are attending virtually, feel free to add your intentions to this working. I did open the crystal web, and I'm drawing on power from that, as well as all of the praying and stuff that is occurring for this event. So feel free to add your intentions, add your prayers, add your desires for uplifting and any of the stuff that you might be hoping to achieve or accomplish for yourself. That will be good. Let me just go ahead and find, where do I have the Vangelo delle Streghe saved at? Found it. Found it indeed. I probably won't read the preface though. All right, found it. Table of contents. Boom. All right, all good, all good. We getting ready. We moving right along too. Hello, Jade Rising from Chicagoland. Thanks for being here. Hello, Kieran Mangle. Thanks for being here. Sam for Books. What's up? Thanks for being here. Lynn Townsend. Thanks for being here. The reason why there was no sound is because I was had my microphone muted for a little bit. Left the area, went in, took care of a snack, and got some things organized for the rest of this proceeding. And that will be happening for the rest of this evening. Like, I will be taking some time away, and like, I'll leave the microphone off, but I'll leave the camera on so folks who come in can pray by the candlelight, can exist in like the virtual temple space, can maybe chat in peace. Like, even if you speak out loud while you at home and like you're focusing on the altar, focusing on, you know, the candles or any of the images that you might be able to see, you can do that and, you know, make it like you are attending vigil in that kind of way, whatever feels most appropriate to you. And at this point, we are 1 minute out from the hour. So we're gonna go ahead and get ready to light up the next candle, do some more invocations and prayers and all of that. Here we go. Here we go. I hear those church bells at the end of my block. It's 8 o'clock. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I call upon you to descend upon this place and receive these offerings that we do make unto you, to strengthen our connection and relationship with each other, to strengthen our resolve and our commitment to the great work. I call upon you to receive these offerings of lights, of water, of incense, of prayers and attention. We invoke your guidance and your protection and your aid over our lives. Allow us to see clearly the work that is before us. And allow us to attend to it in full fidelity and full power. So mote it be. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. And so now I'm going to do a reading from Aradia, or the Gospel of the Witches. Chapter 1. How Diana gave birth to Aradia. It is Diana, lo, she rises crescented. Make more bright the star queen's crescent on her marriage night. This is the Gospel of the Witches. Diana greatly loved her brother, Lucifer, the god of the sun and of the moon, the god of light, splendor, who was so proud of his beauty and who for his pride was driven from paradise. Diana had by her brother a daughter to whom they gave the name of Aradia. In those days there were on earth many rich and many poor. The rich made slaves of the poor. In those days were many slaves who were cruelly treated. In every palace, tortures. In every castle, prisoners. Many slaves escaped. They fled to the country. Thus they became thieves and evil folk. Instead of sleeping by night, they plotted escape and robbed their masters and then slew them. So they dwelt in the mountains and forests as robbers and assassins, all to avoid slavery. Diana said one day to her daughter Aradia, "'Tis true, indeed thou art a spirit, but thou wert born but to become again a mortal. Thou must go to the earth below to be a teacher unto women and men who fain would study witchcraft in thy school. Yet like Cain's daughter thou shalt never be, nor like the race who have become at last wicked and infamous from suffering, as are the Jews and wandering Zingari, who are all thieves and knaves. Like unto them you shall not be. And that shall be the first of which is known, and that shall be the first of all in the world. And that shall teach the art of poisoning those who are great lords of all. Yea, thou shalt make them die in their palaces, and thou shalt bind the oppressor's soul with power. And thou shalt bind the oppressor's soul with power. And thou shalt bind the oppressor's soul with power. And when ye find a peasant who is rich, then ye shall teach the witch your pupil how to ruin all his crops with tempest dire, with lightning and with thunder terrible, and the hail and wind. And when a priest shall do you injury by his benedictions, ye shall do to him double the harm, and do it in the name of me, Diana, queen of witches all. And when the priests or the nobility shall say to you that you should put your faith in the Father, Son, and Mary, then reply, your God the Father and Maria are three devils. For the true God the Father is not yours, for I have come to sweep away the bad, the men of evil, all will I destroy. Ye who are poor, suffer with hunger keen, and toil in wretchedness, and suffer too full oft imprisonment. Yet with it all ye have a soul, and for your oft sufferings ye shall be happy in the other world. But ill the fate of all who do ye wrong. Now, when Aradia had been taught to work all witchcraft, how to destroy the evil race of oppressors, she imparted it to her pupils, and said to them, when I shall have departed from this world, whenever ye have need of anything, once in a month, and when the moon is full, ye shall assemble in some desert place, or in a forest altogether joined, to adore the potent spirit of your queen, my mother, great Diana. She who fain would learn all sorcery, yet has not won its deepest secrets. Them my mother will teach her, in truth, all things as yet unknown. And ye shall all be freed from slavery, and ye shall be free in everything. And as the sign that you are truly free, you shall be naked in your rights, both men and women also. This shall last until the last of your oppressors shall be dead. And ye shall make the game of Benevento, extinguishing the lights, and after that shall hold your supper thus. Chapter 2, the Sabbat. Treguenda, or witch meeting, and how to consecrate the supper. Here follows the supper, of what it must consist, and what shall be said and done to consecrate it to Diana. You shall take meal and salt, honey and water, and make this incantation. The conjuration of the meal. I conjure thee, O meal, who art indeed our body, since without thee we could not live. Thou who at first as seed, before becoming flower, went in the earth, where all deep secrets hide, and then when ground didst dance like dust in the wind, and yet meanwhile didst bear with thee inflicting secrets strange. And yet erewhile when thou wert in the ear, even as a golden glittering grain, even then the fireflies came to cast on thee their light and aid thy growth, because without their help thou couldst not grow nor beautiful become. Therefore thou dost belong unto the race of witches or fairies, and because the fireflies do belong unto the sun. Queen of the fireflies, hurry apace, come to me now as if running a race. Bridle the horse as you hear me now sing. Bridle, O bridle, the son of the king. Come in a hurry and bring him to me. The son of the king will ere long set thee free. And because thou forever art brilliant and fair, under a glass I will keep thee while there. With a lens I will study thy secrets concealed, till all their bright mysteries are fully revealed. Yea, all the wondrous lore perplexed of this life of our cross and of the next. Thus to all mysteries I shall attain, yea, even to that at last of the grain. And when this is at last, I shall truly know, firefly, freely I'll let thee go. When earth's dark secrets are known to me, my blessing at last I will give to thee. Herein follows the conjuration of the salt. I do conjure thee, salt, lo, here at noon, exactly in the middle of a stream. I take my place and see the water round, likewise the sun, and think of nothing else where here besides the water and the sun, for all my soul is turned in truth to them. I do indeed desire no other thought. I yearn to learn the very truth of truths, for I have suffered long with the desire to know my future or my coming fate. If good or evil will prevail in it, water and sun be gracious unto me. Here follows the conjuration of Cain. I conjure thee, O Cain, as thou canst never have rest or peace until thou shalt be freed from the sun, where thou art prisoned, and must go beating thy hands and running fast meanwhile. I pray thee, let me know my destiny, and if 'tis evil, change the course for me. If thou wilt grant this grace, I'll see it clear in the water and the splendor of the sun. And thou, O Cain, shalt tell by word of mouth whatever this my destiny is to be. And unless thou grantest this, mayest thou never know peace or bliss. Then shall follow the conjuration of Diana. You shall make cakes of meal, wine, salt, and honey in the shape of a crescent or horned moon, and then put them to bake, and say, I do not bake the bread, nor with it salt, nor do I cook the honey with the wine. I bake the body and the blood and soul, the soul of great Diana, that she shall know neither rest nor peace, and never be in cruel suffering till she will grant what I request. What I do most desire, I beg it of her from my very heart. And if the grace be granted, O Diana, in honor of thee, I will hold this feast. Feast and drain the goblet deep. We will dance and widely leap. And if thou grantest the grace which I require, then when the dance is wildest, all the lamps shall be extinguished and will freely love. And thus shall it be done. All shall sit down to the supper, all naked men and women, and if the feast over, they shall dance, sing, make music, and then love in the darkness, with all the lights extinguished, for it is the spirit of Diana who extinguishes them. And so they will dance and make music in her praise. And it came to pass that Diana, after her daughter had accomplished her mission or spent her time on earth among the living mortals, recalled her and gave her the power that when she had been invoked, having done some good deeds, she gave her the power to gratify those who had conjured her by granting her or him success in love. To bless or curse with power, friends or enemies, to do good or evil, to converse with spirits, to find hidden treasures in ancient ruins, to conjure the spirits of priests who died leaving treasures, to understand the voice of the wind, to change water into wine, to divine with cards, to know the secrets of the hand, to cure diseases, to make those who are ugly beautiful, to tame wild beasts. Whatever thing should be asked from the spirit of Aradia, that should be granted unto those who merited her favor. And thus must they invoke her. Thus do I seek Aradia, Aradia, Aradia. At midnight I go into a field, and with me I bear water, wine, and salt. I bear water, wine, and salt, and my talisman, my talisman, my talisman, and a red small bag which I ever hold in my hand. Condentro sale, with salt in it. With water and wine I bless myself. I bless myself with devotion to implore a favor from Aradia. The invocation of Aradia. Aradia, my Aradia, thou who art daughter unto him who was most evil of all spirits, who of old once reigned in hell when driven away from heaven, who by his sister did they sire become, but as thy mother did repent her fault, and wish to mate thee to a spirit who should be benevolent and not malevolent. Aradia, Aradia, I implore thee, by the love which she did bear for thee, and by the love which I too feel for thee, I pray thee grant the grace which I require. And if this grace be granted, may there be one of three signs distinctly clear to me: the hiss of a certain serpent, the light of a firefly, the sound of a frog. But if you do refuse this favor, then may you in future know no peace nor joy, and be obliged to seek me from afar until you come to grant me my desire, in haste, and then thou mayest return again unto thy destiny therewith. Amen. That's the end of chapter 2. And there's some interesting things that are going on in that Arabian passage. And there's some interesting things that occur and that we do inherit from Stragaria or Arabian witchcraft. One of the things there was threatening or insulting spirits, a common practice for folks who were upset with their spirits, their guides, their divinities, is to either hang a picture of the spirit of the divinity upside down or turn the statue that you have so that it faces the wall. In this like old Italian, old Roman, Etruscan kind of witchcraft pagan practice that is said to agitate or irritate or somehow like disgruntle the divinity that you're working with. And when they get the job done, when they do the right thing, when they appease you, then you turn it back the right way, you turn it up the right side up, and you go on about your business making offerings and being respectful and, you know, feeding them and what have you. I have not frequently engaged in the practice of agitating any of the spirits or anything like that. I don't frequently turn their pictures upside down, and I don't frequently turn any of their statues or images to face the wall. And also, I do find that the spirits that I work with are pretty open-hearted and open-minded, and they do phenomenal things to kind of help me out when I do seek that assistance. So that's not something that I regularly engage in, but it is something that I have heard of. It is something that I have witnessed in the magical community, in folk witchcraft, and in witchcraft that is highly syncretized. There was a prayer request added in the chat. I pray for any higher perspective that may be necessary for me at this time. I pray for patience. I pray that I allow myself to be proud of my accomplishments and to also myself to celebrate my wins. Yeah, so mote it be. So mote it be. Okay, at this time, I'm going to pour that next libation for the spirits. This next, and I think I did do an incense. Yep, I did. Some more liquor, some more booze. This one is apple fireball. Apple fireball is kind of tasty. Some apple cinnamon going on. Of course, I do pray for the healing of all Corellians who need healing. I pray for abundance for all the Corellians who need abundance. I pray for stability for all Corellians who need stability. I command vitality over every organ. I call upon all of our bodies to operate flawlessly, optimally. I command restoration to replace every single ounce or trace of imbalance. All of our minds, our bodies, we remember how to heal, and we do so now. I command all open doors. I command all accelerated favor. And I command all blessings to arrive before we even know that we need to ask for them. I call on all Corellians to recognize that overflow is our new normal. We are surrounded by loyal, loving, joyful, and soul-aligned connections. Our circles reflects the love that we embody. We are chosen. We are cherished. Love meets us where we're at. I call on all Corellians to embrace their own divine authority and trust the connection to their higher selves. Abundance, prosperity, financial security, they seek us out. They find us easily. We attract all that we require, and our transactions are always approved. Our minds, our bodies, our spirits are healthy. Our minds are sharp, capable of thinking and reasoning and perceiving and concluding and responding flawlessly. Our bodies function optimally. We are capable of healing ourselves and maintaining the necessary balance. Our spirits and our higher selves are united and complete. We receive messages from our higher selves all the time. We're able to use these messages for the betterment of ourselves and our communities. Abundance and overflow seeks us out, and they find us where we stand. We attract all that we require, and our transactions are always approved. Our relationships are safe and secure and full of love. They are ordained by Spirit. Our grace and our expression of grace grows exponentially. Our miraculous nature shines for everyone to see. So mote it be, and it is so. Hmm. All right, that song was by ELN. I'm sure you can find that somewhere. Um, but if you know me, you know I like a good instrumental, or I like a good, like beat to kind of listen to, something that doesn't really have, like the lyrics to be distracting. And so I'm gonna just go ahead and get started on making the fifth candle, the fifth bind room. It's composed of Kaunas, Fehu, and Soilu. Soilu, in the course of this project, popped up 1, 2, 3 times. Wunjo popped up 1, 2, 3 times. Ansu's popped up 1, 2, 3 times. Perth popped up 3 times. Fun times doing these rooms. Just go ahead and do this now. All right. Got it. Let's make it a little bit deeper. Also, this vigil is going to be concluded after lustration of the ancestors. So for those of you who know, the lustration is our tradition's most sacred ceremony, and we have 2 versions of it. We have the lustration of the ancestors, which is a global celebration. It happens once a year. And it's when as many of us as possible get together at a predetermined location, oftentimes hosted by one of the many temples in the tradition. But we get together, as many of us as possible, at a predetermined location, and we make offerings and invoke the name of the beloved ancestors, and they, in return, offer us an oracle and a blessing. That's the next one, y'all. And then the other version of lustration is lustration of the living, which can happen more frequently. It's thought of as like a regional celebration. Every temple can participate or hold a lustration of the living. You just need to have a 3rd degree present to bring through the oracle. And then also, I think that Lady Alyssa has divined a version that can be done like without a 3rd degree being present. There's a version of like illustration for a singular practitioner, someone who's going at it by themselves. So look forward to that. And I absolutely encourage folks to participate in of course the global, of course the regionals. But if it's in your heart, if it's in your ability, and you want to do a solo lustration for yourself or for your Watan shrine, like you're not a full temple yet, go for it. Get practice doing the lustration ritual. Get practice invoking the spirits. Get practice invoking God forms. It will benefit your practice. It will benefit your magic. It'll benefit your karma. The more you attend to God, the more you internalize and become one with the words of God, the better off for you, especially if you study to be like clergy or on a priesthood or clergyhood path. I say that for certain. Let's see, where my other resources go. We read a couple of chapters from Gospel of the Witches, which was a very interesting thing. And again, remember that the Gospel of Witches is an allegory. So we don't take allegories literally. We don't take them, so seriously. But now, the fourth sister, the soul. The fourth of 5 secrets to a happy and effective life is the knowledge of the soul. What I have heretofore said about God and about the cycle of life and rebirths has also largely explained the nature of the soul. That it is eternal, not temporal. That it lives many times in this world, in many forms, and that the purpose of this entering this world is for experience and not for some sort of punishment. God desires to build up, not to tear down, for it is easy to tear down. There is no honor, no accomplishment, and no satisfaction in destruction. Creation, not destruction, is the true joy of existence. Having reiterated this, let us look upon our fourth sister, who is not the nature of the soul, but its function in everyday life. You, as a living thing, and like all living things, have 2 parts: an oversoul, or soul proper, which can be thought of as being like a diamond, and an undersoul, one of the diamond's many facets. The oversoul is the total of all your soul's experiences in this world and on the other side since it came into existence. The oversoul includes all of the innate abilities of the soul, as well as all of its acquired knowledge. All of the so-called paranormal abilities, clairvoyance, psychokinesis, astral travel, and all of the hidden abilities reflect the powers of the oversoul. If the oversoul can be said to be the hidden part, then the undersoul is the part which is visible. The undersoul begins with birth and builds throughout one's life, but it does not cease with death. It is forever a part of the oversoul. Just as the experiences you have had as a child are still a part of you, so too, and in the same way, every life remains with the oversoul. The closer the undersoul is to the oversoul, the more of the oversoul's abilities will be available to the individual. This is why the fourth sister is important. In many pagan religions, the undersoul and oversoul have been portrayed as lovers. Shiva Shakti in Hinduism, Apollo and Diana in Mediterranean and modern paganism, Adonis and Venus. There are the same 2 lovers, life and death, whom I have discussed, applied on an individual theme. Life is the undersoul, death or eternal life is the oversoul. Some people are born into this life with these 2 forces in close contact. This has to do with previous lives they have led and the amount of experience their souls may have had. Sometimes such people are said to have been born old. Such was the phrase which was used in my family. And in my family, my personal family, the phrase that we used was having an old soul. For these people, the veil is thin, and they may manifest great psychic or other abilities from an early age, seemingly uncalled for. This is not always a blessing, for such abilities can be very powerful and difficult to handle. Very much like an electric current, the powers of the soul can be unpredictable and dangerous, as well as beneficial. And for this reason, the images which represent them, such as Loki, the Coyote, Set, or Hecate, are complex with both positive and negative sides. One born old may never need instruction, but seem merely to reach out for what is already there within them. Even if they seek to ignore or deny their abilities, these remain with them, sometimes quite obstreperously. They cannot simply be shrugged off. Other people, most people, are born with a much greater distance between the undersoul and oversoul and must work to bring them together. They must seek and apply knowledge if they are ever to know the abilities and wisdom which dwells within them. Most people realize that there is an understanding that they are lacking in their life, but they do not realize that they can find it within themselves. Instead, they look for someone else to give it to them, as if another person could learn, understand, and believe for them. This lack, this barrier between the under and over soul, is linked to the abilities of the present physical body. Limitations may be placed upon the under soul by the circumstance of this life, but they are not insurmountable. The undersoul, you see, acts as a blinder on the oversoul. It shuts out many and sometimes all of the oversoul's abilities and memories. But this barrier is a curtain, not a wall, and can be seen through or even drawn aside. Everything which is alive has a soul, and all souls are the same in essence, if not always in experience. If a child is born with a mental disability, it is not because his or her soul reflects such a disability. It is the undersoul, the personality intended for this life, which is different. The oversoul having the same capabilities as any other. If a person is in a car accident and afterward he or she no longer has the same mental ability as before or even retains the same memories as before, does it mean that something has changed within the soul? No, it is the outer face, the undersoul, which is affected. The oversoul remains as it has ever been. And just as the gap between the undersoul and the oversoul can shut out many of one's true abilities, so too can the gap be bridged and these abilities tapped. Just because Joe Psychic can do things you cannot does not mean he has powers you do not. It means that Joe Psychic has a narrower gap than you do, because in this life or another, he has worked to narrow it. Similarly, because Sister Jane is a Rhodes Scholar while Brother John suffers from Down syndrome, it's not because there is a difference in their souls, but because there is a difference in their undersouls. Each soul has the same abilities, but expresses itself differently in this world. There is a reason for this, a reason that we are in this world at all. And what other reason could this be than to learn? Some say to decide an eternal fate, to choose between good and evil. But how many people in their lives do anything either good enough to deserve eternal reward or bad enough to deserve eternal punishment? I dare say few. The average life is not lived on a scale grand enough to edify or offend the public general, much less God, whose standards one would assume to be higher, what with eternity and all for reference. To be a marker in a paper war between good and evil, one to be the victor. Such an existence would be remarkably little cause to have created such a universe, and it would be a remarkably unimpressive God who would have to fight a numbers war for dominance in a universe it created in the first place. Besides a God unable to foresee such a battle, unable then to avoid it, and finally unable to end it quickly, would hardly have been capable of weaving the very complex and lovely web of this world in the first place. The excellence of the latter precluding the ineptness of the former. No, as I have said before, God is not deposed or embattled. The universe is exactly where and how it should be. It is just as God meant it to be, and our lives fulfill the purpose for which they were intended. Experience. What better way to learn than by experiencing every situation in every way? Every emotion, good or bad, every level of existence, from amoeba to dinosaur to man and beyond. Now that is an education. And that is a soul that would be truly pleasing to God, a truly excellent end product, which justifies the creation of the universe, not as some half-baked whim, but as a thoroughly practical and thoughtful act. That is the fourth sister. So mote it be. And so at this time, we are still about 13 minutes away from the top of the hour where the fifth offering is going to be made. But at that point, at 9 o'clock, we're going to be a little bit past the halfway mark. We really cruising now, ain't we? Let's put some more music on. This song is also by ELN, and it's called Manic Euphoria. I just want to acknowledge in the chat, we do have a contribution. The last passage about the fourth sister read me for filth. That, listen, as intense as it feels like in the moment, like once that insight dawns on you, like you won't be taken aback by that anymore. Like, when it comes to like magical text, sacred texts, no matter how long you've been practicing, there will come a time when a specific thought or phrase really does just bring a bunch of things together for you. And once that insight is made, once that connection is made, it won't be a struggle for you anymore. So, yep, you like the five mystic secrets. It read all of us for filth at one point, and afterwards, we all became so much more clean and pure for understanding it. So that experience that you just talked about is not at all uncommon. It's not relegated to just you. Like, you learning and growing, and that's what it feels like to expand. So congratulations, good job. All right, so that song was called Manic Euphoria. It's by ELN. ELN is actually Lady Ebony Nash, who is a high priestess in the tradition. And if you want to meet her and learn more about her, you could come to Lustration next week. I know she's gonna be there. I am looking forward to Lustration next week. I'm looking forward to seeing folks, gathering, having a meal with y'all together, and really doing the magical do as a magical family. One of the ways that we describe ourselves is the great family, or the grand family. And part of the reason, well, you know what? Don't let me misspeak. There's a connection between the phrase the grand family and the Corellian tradition becoming a public tradition that accepted and encouraged people from whoever was interested to join and to learn and to initiate into the clergyhood. At some point, one of, or maybe several of the priestesses and clergy of the great family, the high Corels, the highs and the Corels, the high Corels, at some point in their wisdom, they recognized that their ancestors would start to reincarnate in different places around the world. They would start to incarnate in different ethnicities. They would start to incarnate in different religions, and that the family of origin for Corellians would be vast and widespread. And in so making the tradition public, it was kind of like calling all of the members who had reincarnated in different parts of the world, in different timelines, and different ethnicities. Having this tradition be public is basically, that call for everyone to come on back home. This is the beacon. This is where you at. This is where you belong. And these are the ways that you can recognize if you're part of the grand family. The teachings will resonate in such a way, the vibe illustrations will vibe in such a way as to help, members of the great family recognize where you belong. And that is absolutely something that I have come to recognize and come to believe in when it comes to this great work. And looky here, we are now at our 9 o'clock hour, and it's going to be time for our fifth offering and our fifth candle and our fifth incense. I do think I'm going to go ahead and change the incense up a little bit, make it a different scent in here at this time. I think I'm gonna go with holy basil. Show me what it is, holy basil. It's gonna be a stick incense for sure, but we're gonna go ahead and look for basil. Also, I have so many incense. I love it. Incense are one of my favorite forms of offering. It's my favorite way to aid in prayer and spellcraft. So thank you to the lovely soul who gave me so many incense to burn. I'm gonna burn every single last one. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I do honor, uplift you, elevate you at this time. I seek to feed you with fresh water. I seek to feed you with candle lights, with incense, and with spirits highly treasured and prized on this side of the veil. Make all these offerings to you as a sign of love and respect, and commitment to the great work that we've all agreed to do together. I make these offerings, and I also seek ongoing connection and attachment to the blessings that you can provide for my entire family, the Corellian tradition, for every member. We are a faithful people. We are a serious people. We are a loving people. We are a hopeful people. We are the midwives of the Aquarian age. We seek to help the world remember about magic, about faith, about spirituality, about kindness, about justice. And in so doing, we continue the work that you started ages and ages and lifetimes ago. We call upon you to look upon your children, O ancestors of the Corellian tradition, and open that vault of heaven and allow the most pristine, the most well-aligned, the most required blessings to flow out through those gates and to pour out over us, to all our people. We know you can do this, O ancestors, in perfect love and perfect trust. We reach out to you. So mote it be. And one of the other workings that I'm going to do is a protection working. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about it. However, like if you happen to catch a glimpse of it while I'm doing it and you recognize it, it is what it is. If you know, you know. However, if you don't, hopefully you find a way to learn about it. But if you don't know about it, I'm probably not going to be answering any questions. It just is what it is. But I do have these 4 Sharpies here. Each of them is a color in the Corellian. I don't know if I can smoke these in the incense, sanctify them. The other component of this working has been cleansed and charged as well. And so I'm going to just go ahead and draw a Corellian on this. And I will say that I have never been the best at drawing the Corellium. I usually second guess how many humps the little water symbol has. And I really draw the orange and yellow bits, the vault of heaven bits, in kind of a remedial way. But I'm going to do the best that I can. All right, got the water part done. All right, got the earth part done. And so this is what it's looking like so far. I don't know how this yellow is gonna show up on here, but I'm gonna still use it. All right, so I can see it on there. Good for me. It's coming right along. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna just go for it. I'm gonna just make this little curvy line. All right, 1, and 2. And then the final orange strokes. I think I might have did better on this one than I have on any of the other ones, but I'm not done yet, so don't let me go ahead and speak too soon. All right now. Not too shabby, not too shabby. I will say this is probably the best Corellium I have ever drawn by myself. No help. Did my thing. So here it is. I drew that just now with some Sharpies. I'm gonna charge it. Oh. Om. I'm going to combine that with some stones. All true and faithful Corellians are safe and secure. All true and faithful Corellians are safe and secure. All true and faithful Corellians are safe and secure. Need not worry about untoward energies, need not concern themselves with untoward vibrations. All true and faithful Corellians are safe and secure. The ancestors see to it. Our guides see to it. Our higher selves see to it. The 70 gods see to it. All Corellians are safe and secure. So mote it be. And blessed be to you as well, Hippie Janet. And so with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take another little break. I'm going to turn off the lights. I'm going to mute my mic so there won't be any sound. But I will be back at 9:50. Everyone, feel free to type your prayers in the chat. Feel free to type any questions that you have in the chat, wherever you're watching from, if it's YouTube, if it's Facebook, if it's Discord, wherever it is that you are tuning in from. Feel free to type in your questions and your prayers and all of that in the chat. And while we're on break, feel free to, attend to this vigil in a very personal way. It's Lady Frigga on the altar. It is beloved Levada Lewis High Correll and beloved William High Correll on the altar. Meditate, interact, attune, charge, do what you need to do personally during this time. And then I'll be back in time to make the next offering and do the next component of the working. Hello, 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 folks. It's your boy, and we back at it. And let's see. While I go ahead and draw the next sigil on this candle, this next bind rune, let's see if Sir ELN got some more tunes for us. All right, that song, excuse me, was called Cranial Enigma. It's by ELN. If you like some good instrumentals, some stuff that you just kind of jam to, nod your head to while you engaging in your reading or your schoolwork or your stuff like that, I definitely recommend checking out ELN's discography and finding some stuff from them. We are coming up on our 10 o'clock hour, and that is our 6th hour out of 9 total hours. So we are moving right along. We've had some wonderful guests. Someone who I had never met before, but who's studying in the clergyhood of the tradition, showed up. We had a high priestess from the Northeast region. Hop in. We've had some folks in the chat engage. And I am still expecting at least one more person to show up and show out. Definitely looking forward to that. I do have our offerings prepared. Just waiting for the clock to chime. Aside from the visitors, though, we've been talking about some mythology. We've been reviewing the 5 mystic secrets, and I even popped out the Vangelo delle Streghe, which is one of the more sacred writings. These writings obviously are not produced by the High Perot family. However, the Vangelo delle Streghe was brought to us by someone that we have an initiatory link to. So Corellians, we do trace at least some of our initiatory ancestry to Charles Godfrey Leland. And so, his works do, and we actually went to his grave in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania last year for illustration. And we did some visiting, some prayer. I think there was also like a scavenger hunt that we did in the cemetery where that figure was buried. But we do have an initiatory link to Charles Godfrey Leland. And so his works are considered works that were, brought forward by a spiritual ancestor. We did read the first 2 chapters in that work, and it's a lot there. It is a lot there. There is plenty to unpack. We're not going to go through all that this time. We're just going to, go ahead and see how far we could get, through it. But it's definitely worth a discussion in the future about what was going on in that work, in those works. Just waiting for the clock to change and we can do what we need to do, get these prayers, get these readings, and do what we came here for. I know you can't see me right now, but this is your boy, Reverend Phoenix Coffin Williams, presiding over this night-long vigil for our Corellian ancestors. Making offerings of love in the form of prayers, in the form of libations, in the form of candles and incense, story time. Look at that. The clock has changed. It is that time right now. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I do call upon you to descend upon this place and receive these offerings that we do make unto you. Offerings of candlelight, of incense, of fresh water, of prayers, of adoration, story time, attending to your sacred teachings, so offerings of spirits. We make all these offerings to you in service of our relationship with each other, in service of our desire to do the great work with fidelity. We make these offerings in honor of our resiliency, our steadfastness, we make these offerings in honor of our strengths, in honor of our love, in the name of family. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. And now, at last, we are ready for the fifth sister, and her name is Freedom. Freedom. This sister tells you that you need not be shackled in place, and that if you are, you yourself possess the key. Hers is a secret to take to heart. Hers is the secret of action. If there is anything in your life you do not like, you can change it. Try. If there is anything not in your life that you desire, you can have it. Reach. You hold yourself back. You are the master of your own fate, and alone the responsibility is yours. Scary, isn't it? If you reach for something, you may not get it, but if you do not reach, then surely you will not get it. It's your choice. Every time, and a choice to be sure, to be made with good sense and intelligence, but still your choice. It is a choice you were created to make, not give away or hang about the neck of a scapegoat. Taking responsibility in your life is not disobedience to God. God gave you the responsibility in the first place. If God wanted you to be unable to make choices and stand on your own feet, she would hardly need have created you, now would she? Would God go to the trouble of setting all this up just so she could spend her time matching 100 billion people's socks for them? Making your own mistakes is the point of existing at all, so that you can learn from them. So you are making your own successes. So God doesn't need you to build her sandcastles for her, nor does she need to build sandcastles through you. God can build her own sandcastles. Don't take my word for it. Have a look at the Mojave Desert or the Grand Canyon. When you build a sandcastle, it's there for you to enjoy and take pride in. God doesn't need the credit for your sandcastles, as some people suggest. She does. She gave you the ability so that you could build it to uplift yourself. When you do something good, you deserve the credit for it. God rejoices over your sandcastles. She isn't jealous of it. And when you do something bad, you must take the responsibility for that too. The devil didn't make you knock over Billy's sandcastle. You chose to do it. If you want to make it right again, then you must do something as nice as that was mean to make up for it. That is karma. And until you make up for the bad things you've done by doing good things, you'll just get more and more lost on the road to God. But God will wait for you. Freedom is responsibility. God doesn't want you to be intelligent and creative. She wants you to be worthy and useful. And she can wait for however many lifetimes it takes for you to become that. After all, she's already waited this long. If God just wanted a bunch of sheltered, inexperienced servants, she would never have had to create a whole universe to get them. And if she needed a bunch of sheltered, inexperienced servants, well, then she would have floundered at the start when she was on her own. God wants variety. Open your eyes and see it about you. What is the hallmark of nature if not variety? God loves things that are new and different. She likes bright colors and original ideas. God doesn't want everyone to be the same. If God wanted homogeny, you'd see it in nature. Surprise, it isn't there. God doesn't want to put you in a pigeonhole or a bracket. She doesn't want you to walk on a straight and narrow path either. She wants you to look to the sides and see the flowers, look above and see the clouds, walk in the grass and explore. This is God's real will. She wants you to be free, to be happy, and to succeed. She is a helping hand, not an obstacle on your path. There is nothing to hold you back, not even death, for death is not real, only a temporary rest on the other side between lives. Only your own fear can hold you back. Fear or bad planning, self-doubt, and ill will towards others. So be free and take advantage of the world that's been created for you. For your only goal is yourself. So be it. These are the 5, the secrets to a happy and successful life. Those who believe them are without fear. But what is there to fear when you know in your heart that life is eternal, that God is nice and likes you and wants to see you do well, and that within you awaits the peace and serenity you seek, waiting only for you to look inside and truly believe that you say you believe. With that knowledge truly believed, you can pursue anything without fear. You can develop the powers within or go bravely into the world. What could hold you back? But none of it can help you unless you come to truly believe it. For if you do not truly accept any belief you lay claim to, it will leave you wanting in the lurch. All this being so, I say, may the blessing be, and may you succeed in all you do. Whatever you do, do it with love, and good things shall be yours. Thank you, Lady Elizabeth Greenwood. So mote it be. That was the 5th of the 5 mystic secrets. And now, maybe we could return to the Vangelo delle Streghe. We left off, we was about to start chapter 3. Aradia, or Gospel of the Witches. And this was delivered to us by our ancestor Charles Godfrey Leland. Chapter 3 is called How Diana Created the Stars and the Rain. How did Diana make the stars and the rain? Diana was the first created before all creation. In her were all things. Out of herself, the first darkness, she divided herself. Into darkness and light she was divided. Lucifer, her brother and son, herself and her other half, was the light. And when Diana saw that the light was so beautiful, the light which was her other half, her brother Lucifer, she yearned for it with exceeding great desire, wishing to receive the light again into her darkness, to swallow it up in rapture, in delight, she trembled with desire. This desire was the dawn. But Lucifer, the light, fled from her and would not yield to her wishes. He was the light which flies into the most distant parts of heaven, the mouse which flies before the cat. Then Diana went to the fathers of the beginning, to the mothers, the spirits who were before the first spirit, and lamented unto them that she could not prevail with Lucifer, and they praised her for her courage. They told her that to rise she must fall, to become the chief of goddesses she must become a mortal. And in the ages, in the course of time, when the world was made, Diana went on earth, as did Lucifer, who had fallen. And Diana taught magic and sorcery, whence came witches and fairies and goblins, all that is like man, yet not mortal. And it came thus that Diana took the form of a cat. Her brother had a cat whom he loved beyond all creatures, and it slept every night in his bed. A cat beautiful beyond all other creatures, a fairy, he did not know it. Diana prevailed with the cat to change forms with her, so she lay with her brother, and in the darkness assumed her own form, and so by Lucifer became the mother of Aradia. But when in the morning he found that he lay by his sister, and that light had been conquered by darkness, Lucifer was extremely angry. But Diana sang to him a spell, a song of power, and he was silent. The song of the night which soothes to sleep. He could say nothing. So Diana, with her wiles of witchcraft, so charmed him that he yielded to her love. This was the first fascination. She hummed the song. It was as the buzzing of bees, or a top spinning round, a spinning wheel spinning life. She spun the lives of all men. All things were spun from the wheel of Diana. Lucifer turned the wheel. Diana was not known to the witches and spirits, the fairies and elves who dwell in Desert Place. The goblins, as their mother, she hid herself in humility and was immortal, but by her will she rose again above all. She had such passion for witchcraft and became so powerful therein that her greatness could not be hidden. And thus it came to pass one night at the meeting of all the sorceresses and fairies, she declared that she would darken the heavens and turn all the stars into mice. All those who were present said, "If thou canst do such a strange thing, having risen to such power, thou shalt be our queen." Diana went into the street. She took the bladder of an ox and a piece of witch money, which has an edge like a knife. With such money, witches cut the earth from men's foot tracks. And she cut the earth, and with it many mice. She filled the bladder. and blew into the bladder till it burst. And there came a great marvel, for the earth which was in the bladder became the round heaven above. And for 3 days there was a great rain. The mice became stars or rain. And having made the heaven and stars and the rain, Diana became queen of the witches. She was the cat who ruled the star mice, the heaven, and the rain. Chapter 4. The charm of the stones consecrated to Diana. To find a stone with a hole in it is a special sign of the favor of Diana. He who does so shall take it in his hand and repeat the following, having observed the ceremony as enjoined. I have found a holy stone upon the ground, O fate. I thank thee for thy happy find. Also the Spirit who upon this road hath given it to me. And may it prove to be for my true good and my good fortune. I rise in the morning with the earliest dawn, and I go forth to walk through pleasant vales, all in the mountains or the meadows fair, seeking for luck while onward still I roam, seeking for rue and vervain scented sweet, because they bring good fortune unto all. I keep them safely guarded in my bosom, that none may know it. 'Tis a secret thing, and sacred too, and thus I speak the spell. O vervain, ever be a benefit, and may the blessing be upon the witch or on the fairy who did give thee to me. It was Diana who did come to me, all in the night in a dream, and said to me, if thou wouldst keep all evil folk afar, then ever keep the vervain and the rue safely beside thee. Great Diana, thou who art the queen of heaven and of earth, and of the infernal lands, yea, thou who art protectress of all men unfortunate, of thieves and murderers and of women too, who lead an evil life and yet hast known that their nature was not evil, thou, Diana, hast still conferred on them some joy in life. Or I may truly at another time so conjure thee that thou shalt have no peace or happiness, for thou shalt ever be in suffering until thou grantest that which I require in the strictest faith from thee. The spell or conjuration of the round stone. The finding of a round stone, be it great or small, is a good sign, but it should never be given away because the receiver will then get the good luck and some disaster befall the giver. On finding a round stone, raise the eyes to heaven and throw the stone up 3 times, catching it every time, and say, Spirit of good omen, who art come to aid me, believe I had great need of thee, Spirit of the red goblin. Since thou hast come to aid me in my need, I pray of thee do not abandon me. I beg of thee to enter now this stone, that in my pocket I may carry thee. And so when anything is needed by me, I can call unto thee, be what it may. Do not abandon me by night or day. Should I lend money unto any man who will not pay when due? I pray of thee, thou the red goblin, make him pay his debt. And if he will not and is obstinate, go at him with thy cry, Brie, Brie. And if he sleeps, awake him with a twitch, and pull the covering off and frighten him, and follow him about wherever he goes. So teach him with thy ceaseless Brie, Brie, that he who obligation ever forgets shall be in trouble till he pays his debts. And so my debtor on the following day shall either bring the money which he owes or send it promptly. So I pray of thee, O my red goblin, come into my aid. Or should I quarrel with her whom I love? Then, Spirit of good luck, I pray thee, go to her while sleeping, pull her by the hair, and bear her through the night unto my bed. And in the morning, when all spirits go to their repose, do thou ere the most returnest into thy stone, carry her home again, and leave her there to sleep. Therefore, O sprite, I beg thee in this pebble make thy home. Obey in every way all I command. So in my pocket thou shalt ever be, and thou and I will never part company. That was chapter 4. Interesting conjurations going on there for sure. That was the Vangelo delle Streghe, one of the sacred writings of our tradition. Of course, it's an allegory. It's getting pretty late. We about halfway to the next offering, but we're not quite there yet. We got a few minutes still until we're actually at the halfway point. All right, so that was some wonderful music by ELN. I did just draw the bind rune on to the 7th candle. We're gonna take another little break. Feel free to type your prayers, any prayer requests, any favorite myths, anything that you want to contribute to this service for the ancestors. Feel free to put it in the chat wherever it is that you are viewing from. Actually, I'll get on camera and say it. So wherever you're viewing from, Facebook, YouTube, Discord, wherever it is you're viewing from, feel free to use the chat function to submit your thoughts, your prayers, your prayer requests, your observations, any contributions for this working on behalf of the entire tradition. You can go ahead and put it in the chat right there, and I will engage with it when the break is over. And I will say that I have it on pretty decent authority that there will be another guest joining when we return at the 11 o'clock hour. So until then, enjoy some alone time in the sanctuary. It really does get quite beautiful with the candles. The more candles there are, the more pretty it gets. And so, yeah, we will pick it right back up in about 20 minutes. And we will move into that 7th hour. Thanks for being with me, folks. Love you lots, and be back soon. Hi, we back at it, preparing for our 11 o'clock. And our guest is here. And we're about to let Lord Antonio in. What's up, my guy? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Oh, I'm hanging in there, doing the best I can. You
I've
know.
got company with me.
What happened?
I've got company.
Oh, hey, company. So what's up? How you been?
Doing very well. I'm excited to go to Nashville next week. I am thrilled. I am thrilled. I can't wait.
Have you ever been there before?
I've never actually been 10 minutes in Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
I've driven by it to go visit friends in other areas.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been kind of harrowing, the traffic through Nashville. So I try not to stay around too long because it's always kind of like just getting by. I'd say Atlanta is probably the only place I've ever been that was more death defying on the highway than Nashville. And I've driven in Seattle traffic, LA traffic, Chicago traffic, St. Louis traffic, LA traffic. So I've driven in traffic before.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta and Nashville, something else.
Yeah. I've never been to Atlanta, but I've been to Nashville 2 other times. And I know what you mean when you say traffic.
It's twisty, turny all of a sudden. So like if you're not local, it's tough for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough for you.
Is there anything in particular about the area that you are looking forward to?
Well, the one thing that I was really looking forward to was the Parthenon, and I understand that that's closed for repairs while we're there.
Yeah,
I really wanted to see that, but that's fine. I think we do have something scheduled that is a presentation on it, so I can find out more and learn more about it, and I'm excited about that.
Mm-hmm.
Very excited.
So I think we're going to be able to like see the building, but we won't be able to go inside of it.
Oh, cool. Okay. Very good.
Yeah, and I think there's a cemetery thing happening. I'm probably gonna drive by the Titans Stadium and see the Tennessee, like to see that. 'Cause I did go do that the last time I was there.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that. And then Broadway, that's the strip where like they play all the music and have the restaurants and stuff. So
Yeah.
I'll probably check out Broadway like once or twice while I'm there.
Yeah. But I'm just more excited to see my people.
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a couple of years, right?
Yeah. I wasn't able to make it last year. So I think the last time I've seen everybody in mass was at the Danville one a couple years back.
Yep.
So yeah, so I'm going to be excited to see everyone. It's been a little bit.
It's gonna be a good time. It is
Yeah.
certainly gonna be a good time. All right, and so as far as this evening is concerned, we're about 4 minutes away from the top of the hour. That's when we light the next candle, make the next offering, do the next little bit of prayers.
Sounds great.
But yeah. What else? What else is on your mind? I don't follow up with you that often. You're a pretty independent member.
Yeah. So yeah, I try to keep myself busy. I stay pretty active with the local UU church that's in my area here. That's been a real unique experience because as far as being out there in the local pagan community, it's more diverse than just my particular understanding. So the group that I work with, there's, people from all different branches of, the greater paganism that come together. So it's been a challenge plus also something very rewarding to find a way to kind of piece different things together to make a gathering, to make a celebration, to make a Sabbath where it's not everybody can take away something from it, feel connected to the energy of that moment, and nobody's kind of left walking away going, "Oh well, that was for them. That was great for them." But I didn't really feel like I found myself in it. So that's been a really rewarding challenge is to create, use what you know, but still kind of be flexible enough to make everybody that shows up feel that they are part of the greater community. So that's been fun. That's
Love
been fun.
hearing that. Love hearing that. And yeah, UU churches in general have a tendency to be like pretty good allies.
Mhm. I happen to be particularly blessed in the area that I live. The minister for the local UU church here that we work with, her spouse is also pagan
Okay.
and a UU minister. So there's a lot of simpatico. There's a lot of, oh, okay, I know what you're about right off the bat. And then not too far away from us is another town called Bloomington. And there's a church there, and we work very closely with the pagan group in that church as well. So we're casting a very big net over a couple of counties. So we try not to kind of pocket hole our two groups and say we're doing this here, you guys are doing that there. So we kind of alternate hosting celebrations and travel back and forth and support each other. So I think that kind of gives the sense of, it's beyond just where we're at. Our community is broader. So we don't just kind of put ourselves in one little spot. We spread out and we share, and that's been cool too.
I love that so much. I really do. And I'm very proud of you, sir.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, here we are. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I give you homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I call upon you to descend upon this place and receive the offerings that we make to you for the nourishment of our relationship together and confirmation of the great work. Receive these offerings of candles, of incense, of fresh water, of prayers, of spirits. Fortify our relationship, O ancestors. Strengthen our tradition and its peoples, O ancestors. Receive these offerings with the intention which they are given to you. And in return, open up the vault of heaven and let the good things flow out. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
And for you, Lord Antonio, do you have a specific pantheon or patron that you work with?
So the majority of my work has been kind of Greek leaning towards that pantheon. I wouldn't necessarily say that in the traditional kind of sense of working through a pantheon of the gods. The majority of my work is, I would say, planetary.
Mhm.
And so I work using in working with the gods of the planets.
Mhm.
And I think, for the most parts, those are kind of Greco-Roman aligned. Most people kind of obviously by their name and by a lot of traditions and the Orphic hymns and all the works that were put forth by the Golden Dawn and such. There's a very strong relationship there. Of course, a lot of traditions have their own associations with the planets.
Mhm.
But for myself, I think, kind of the classic Greek alignments with planetary powers. And then, for fun, throw in a little Arbitel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Heard on it.
Yeah. So that's kind of my day-to-day practice, is just seeking to align myself with that energy. And I use the deity ruling those planets to kind of draw that to me
Okay.
and draw that to my day. I have a pretty good working relationship, because it's been quite successful for me to do it in that way. And it's always evolving. I have a manual that I've composed, but about every 2 months I rewrite it as I learn more, as I practice more, and I find more. So I wouldn't say that anything in my path has ever really been too fixed and steady. Uh,
Heard.
it's all experimentation and finding out what works, and then I stick with that. And if I learn more and I want to give it a try, because curiosity, I'll give it a try.
Absolutely, I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Do you have a particular myth that you are willing to share with us this evening?
Uh, Nothing really, like, as far as like, here's what's kind of interesting is far as like connecting myself to a certain culture's mythology. Um, that's always been kind of like, I don't know where to place myself, if
Mhm.
I'm being totally honest, because I come from, a mixed heritage. So I have a father who is Mexican,
Mhm.
and my mother is Caucasian of very different, a collection of European countries. You know what I mean? So mostly German, Irish, English. Um, so identifying myself culturally with one, I feel like a lot of people who kind of find themselves, between cultures, kind of like not really here, not really there. Uh,
Mhm.
but I do think that that kind of frees me up to learn and explore.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't say that, oh, I really, super identify with this myth, this culture, because I've never really felt 100% part of one. I feel very strongly connected to the Mexican culture
Mhm.
that I was raised in. My parents divorced when I was quite young, and I was raised by my father. So I grew up in a Mexican culture, but there was always kind of more to me. So as far as being seated comfortably in one place, I've never felt that.
Mhm.
But the ability to travel between and learn and work and make connections that aren't necessarily taught to me,
Mhm.
but connections that I make on my own. So I don't know that I'm living out any particular myth other than trying to write one of my own from scratch.
Okay.
if that makes any sense.
Sure does.
That was kind of a whoosh way to answer your question.
And so when it comes to that particular, writing it from scratch, how's that going?
There's a lot there's a lot in my life that shadows a lot from lessons people in my family didn't learn.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm finding I'm very open about being in recovery from alcoholism.
Mm-hmm.
I have 10 years, nearly 10 years sobriety. And a lot of my journey stalled for 25 years while I was not well, while I was very unhealthy.
Mm-hmm.
But I did make a change. I did make a commitment to myself, to my loved ones, to my wife, to my family, to become healthy again. And that has worked. And I am still doing that. There's a lot of family stories that I remember growing up that I wasn't supposed to know. So I was I'm learning to perfect, and I'm far from it, my fluency in Spanish
Mm-hmm.
because I was not raised to speak Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
I was raised um, at a time when the adults used Spanish to say things that they didn't want the kids to know.
Mm-hmm.
So at a very young age, I did learn that the word borracho meant drunk. Because as soon as a certain uncle showed up, that's exactly what came out of my grandma's mouth. So there's pieces of me that still today I'm trying to reclaim, that I feel that probably would not have happened had I not got sober.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I believe the myth that I'm telling for myself is the alchemy of Tony,
Okay.
because I did crash and burn, and I did become something new,
Mm-hmm.
and I believe and the facts of my life, the circumstances of my life, the things that are going on for me today do reflect something much better, something healthier. So I do feel like I've been in the crucible.
Mm-hmm.
And I do feel that I walk a little taller.
Heard.
I I it's been a process, but you know, all part of lessons other people in my family didn't learn, sadly.
Mm-hmm.
But perhaps that's just the way their story was written.
Heard on that. You stay keeping it real.
I have to. That's kind of the whole point of being in this stage. Um, if if I don't have my honesty, you know what I mean? If I can't talk and be honest, then that's a whole messy life awaits. So I try to tell my story and be as truthful with it as I can, because that's what keeps me healthy.
Heard. So true. So true. I do want to ask you, do you have any opinion on the the concept, the idea, the belief in either generational curses, ancestral karma, or like epigenetics?
I have a weird relationship with the word karma.
Hmm.
And I say weird because I don't think my take on it is weird. I think there's an odd public opinion on what that means, and I would not downplay somebody else who has a varying opinion that helps them lead a productive, happy life. That's fine. Um, I don't believe that karma is some cosmic force that's out to right wrongs and reward goods. I believe karma is nothing more than the inevitability of your choices.
Hmm.
Um, and the ability to see further beyond where you're at um, is telling of what your karma will be.
Hmm.
Not because something out there wants you to fix your stuff or pat you on the head, but because if you keep going the way you're going, you're going to get what you're going to get.
Hmm.
And I think everybody in their life has heard those words from somebody that cared about them. So that's just um, the way that I view it. As far as generational curses, I think the majority of them are learned behaviors that you're instructed by people who come before you. Now, that's just my opinion.
Hmm.
Observing who you're learning from teaches us ways that are healthy or ways that are toxic. And I did grow up picking up some unhealthy things. Not to say that, everything was super bad and super awful, but it wasn't always super fun.
Hmm.
It certainly at times was hurtful and terrible. Was that a curse? I think what it was for myself was the shattering of normalcy, or the illusion of normalcy, of what a normal family dynamic is supposed to look like and supposed to be like. Because in a lot of cases, examples from growing up, I could tell you, yeah, well, that's not true because that didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like a mom and dad supposed to be this way, and this is how a family is, and this is what it, how we are. Um, so perhaps a catharsis
Hmm.
of the system of roles in relationships, and then once that's gone, once that illusion is no longer there, once everybody else says this is how things are in life. This is the way things are. And then you look at your life and say, well, that's not how it is for me. This is not what's going on around me. Then what I did was I said, well, clearly that's not true, because that's not how it is over here for me. So I went and said, well, I'll figure out my own way. If the rules you're playing by don't work, I'll figure it out for myself. And that kind of started me on making my bad decisions, my poor decisions, that led me in unhealthy ways. I think not because I necessarily wasn't like looking in earnest for good answers. I was just trying to protect myself or a portion of myself from a ways back. And that was part of the longer journey towards coming out to what I am today, to admitting that I'm not smarter than anybody that came before me. I'm not cooler than anybody that came before me. I'm not stronger than anybody that came before me. They had this. I have this disease. They had it. What they did with it doesn't have to be what I do with it. So as far as breaking what could be considered a family curse, I watched other people in my family come out of and go into recovery too. I maybe dallied longer because I did the whole I'm totally cool, I got it under control, you know what I mean? So that's the whole I'm cooler, I'm smarter, I'm stronger, which was absolutely garbage. It was the rubbish thinking. I was not cooler, I was not stronger, I was not smarter. I was just repeating what I was shown way back when. So that cycle of behavior, that cycle of mentality, I definitely repeated that. But on the positive side, to bring it back up, I also repeated great examples and found my way back to health. So that's the full journey for me is 10 years now, and I'm happier than I have ever been.
I love that.
And the rewards from it are amazing. And that's one of the things people in my family were telling me too, is like, it seems like once you put down this thing that has been limiting you for over 2 decades, this thing, this weight, this anchor, it almost feels like miracles begin to happen. And I can full on attest to that feeling of when I did release that, the control that had on me, and admit that I was not cooler, smarter, stronger, and admit I had no control over it, and finally put it down and walk away from it and choose something better. It it felt like miracles were happening in my life in the way that so many things fell right to me and improved. And I was just blessed again and again and again by so many amazing occurrences that just bettered everything around me. So, and I can't connect it to anything that I did. So I don't feel like it was something that I was working on, that I was rewarded for my own work. It felt like miracles were happening for me, to me. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful if that's, I fully believe, my ancestors probably had a hand in that as well, as far as, the struggles that they went through with the same issue, and maybe seeing me come out of that. They said, here you go, bud. Here you go. I'm fully content to say, yeah, I would feel that, yeah, there was probably their hand in that as well. But just things I didn't expect, things I didn't even begin to dream of or ask for, just were there. Were there when I needed it, and when I didn't even expect it, when I wasn't even expecting it, just there. Wonderful.
That is
Wish I'd done it sooner.
all things in good time.
Mm-hmm.
So my follow-up question is, to what degree do you feel each of us as individuals has like a responsibility to unlearn or step away from, or to not perpetuate some of the more toxic things that we learn from our families?
It's really difficult when you're going through the process of unlearning what you've been shown, is because it's not really in plain language. It does take a lot of deciphering what it is that happened, what it is that you understand from what you've been shown. And it doesn't make it any easier that the broader society that we live in has a lot of the traits of an addicted society.
Oh, sure it does.
There's that messaging is prolific. If people could stand it, if you could, because it can be a bit of a tough read, but even if you're not in recovery, even if you're not an addict, even if you're not in that process whatsoever, if you are living life normally, healthily, and happily, I recommend you find a copy of AA's Blue Book. And it is written in kind of older, dated language, so it can be a kind of a slog to get through some of the chapters. But there is a lot in there that, if you not necessarily in the way that I had to, was kind of apply it to myself, but take a look at what's going on in these stories of the people are telling in these books, and kind of take a look at the world around you, and see that it's very difficult to not fall into that trap of addictive thinking. And because there's, again, so much of it in advertising, in socializing, in almost every aspect of life. The way we shop is unbelievable. The way we eat, the way we interact with people. Social media is doing wild things to people's brains. You know what I mean? And especially in the way that we engage with each other. I would tell people to give yourself some grace, and understand that not everything is known to the people who taught you. Um, they were in the trap too.
Uh-huh.
Um, and sometimes they just didn't understand that there was a trap to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way things were. So don't hold on to any kind of as much as you can. Don't hold on to any kind of anger. Don't hold on to any kind of resentment about the things that you've experienced. Now that's you qualify that depending on what the things you experienced were, but yeah. But in a lot of ways, trauma gets passed on, toxicity gets passed on without it ever being known. We don't really live in the healthiest of societies. I think part of the work that I feel called to do is to bring light to that, to bring light to that fact, and to try to be a part of the healing, not just individually too, but collectively, um, on the basis of, and that's I'm not sure what term to use um, collectively for lifting people out of that trap, or maybe just showing them what is going on around them.
That's liberation.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that. That makes sense. Yeah, that's because there were so many things that when I discovered, things that were going on within me, um, I can see it in so many examples day to day of other people that you meet, or other types of dynamics of relationships, or other types of aspects of human social interaction. It's in the grain. It's in the woven in the threads of the way things are, and that leads to a lot of unease. It leads to a lot of um, pain, and that's when people turn to something.
Mm-hmm.
And never in hearing all the stories of people in recovery has it ever began with, well, I took a drink, or, well, I picked up this pipe. It always began with something much, much before. And picking up that drink, or picking up that pipe, or what have you, was a way of running out of answers and trying to do something
Mm-hmm.
to shield yourself or fill a hole in your psyche, in your soul, that something else had taken away from you.
Mm-hmm.
So going back to the question of like, what should people do? Breathe.
Yeah.
And know that it's not just people like me who are in it. We're all, to a degree, we're all in it.
Mm-hmm.
But if we see it, we can all hopefully all be a part of helping each other get out of it and get better. And that's the hope of what I spend my time in the priesthood doing, is playing my meager role in that. And I say, if I host a meeting and only one person shows up, then it was still a good meeting.
Mhm.
If I host a meeting and I'm the only one to show up, it was still a good meeting, because at least I didn't drink. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So for whatever the small part that I can play in that, small though it may be, or you know, as many as you can reach, but whatever bit you can play, you got to play it. You got
Mhm.
to partake.
Heard. And how does like your spirituality, like more than like motivate, but like how does it perpetuate your participation?
Man, that's an awesome question. How does my spirituality perpetuate my participation in this?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I feel like genuinely I joined the priesthood because I felt the calling to do so. Um, I work in a recovery group because I feel the calling to do so. Um, I I talk with my ancestors because I hear them and they call to me. That's my spirituality, is in what I wake up in the morning, and what I feel called to do is to be a part of bettering a world that I left a little imprint on. Maybe I damaged it a little bit. Maybe I'm trying to correct that. Maybe that's um, how I'm doing the rest of my life, and that's fine. You know what I mean? If I feel that um, I need to live this life of service, for the things that I've seen, and in gratitude for the way that things no longer are for me. I think that most often, um, I let go of that whole regret about the way my life was, and the way that I was.
Mm-hmm.
Um, to be fair, that that will never fully leave your a corner of your mind. But over the years, that has been replaced by gratitude. So I serve more out of gratitude now, than I do out of a sense of trying to restore a balance. Um, my spirituality is part of my healing. I believe it's part of the only way that anybody kind of truly heals. Um, Healing the body is it's a good measure, but we tend to repeat injury.
Mm-hmm.
if we only focus on one level.
Mm-hmm.
So I work spiritually. Again, I guess that's where I'm kind of bringing this all together here. You're hearing my thought process out loud.
Thanks. Love it for us.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a prayer that you are willing to offer on behalf of all of our people as we embark on this? Like, so this is part 2 of the healing and the blessings that I'm calling for.
Yeah. So actually, there is one of the things. I guess this will tie it all back together here. One of the things that helped me along my path. I've been a practitioner of a system of healing that I've talked to a few people in the tradition about it. I don't know that I've ever talked really in depth about it. An energy healing system known as the Moon Key, based on the works of Dr. Alberto Villoldo from the Four Winds Society. Some people may have heard of it. If you've heard of the book Shaman Healer Sage, which came out a number of years ago, based on a lot of traditions from Andean and Amazonian shamanic practices. It's a set of healing traditions, work very much kind of like Reiki does, on an energetic transmission level, but with a slightly different focus, just because of the culture that it stemmed from. When I went through my training, there was a prayer that was shared and very deeply resonated with me. And I would like to share it with the tradition. It's called The Circle, and it's a circular poem in that the first line is the same as the last line, so that it's meant to be repeated. So there is no beginning, there is no end to this poem, which is appropriate because it's called The Circle. So I'll read it 3 times through. There is a circle here. There is a web, a network. Strands connecting those who see the vision, who feel the hope, who sense the mystery. We touch life. We hear the planet's pulse. We work quietly, together, and alone. Each task, each piece, each a part of wholeness. There is a circle here. There is a web, a network. Strands connecting those who see the vision, who feel the hope, who sense the mystery. We touch life. We hear the planet's pulse. We work quietly, together, and alone. Each task, each piece, each a part of wholeness. There is a circle here. There is a web, a network. Strands connecting those who see the vision, who feel the hope, who sense the mystery. We touch life. We hear the planet's pulse. We work quietly, together, and alone. Each task, each piece, each a part of wholeness. There is a circle here.
Mm-hmm. So mote it be.
So mote it be. And you can go on and on and on.
Right. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Very happy to join you and share my thought process.
Yeah, nah, that was definitely beneficial for all of us. And when you do speak up and when you do share, I do generally find that it really is beneficial for everyone. And that was one of the things that you talked about in your work with the UU Church and the Sabbats, like making sure that it was relevant for everybody,
Mhm.
and not just like one particular group. And I really feel like that's a talent and a skill, both a talent and a skill. And I appreciate how you pull that off.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
What you got planned for the rest of the night?
I've got grandkids upstairs visiting.
Oh,
I think they're almost done with video games and starting to settle in. So I may go upstairs and see what they're up to.
heard on that. Grandchildren. That's interesting. That means you got like children too, huh?
All grown, yeah. I'm
Uh-huh.
see the gray.
Oh goodness. So I'm
I've lived a whole life.
yeah. Now I'm glad people did that, but children just seem like a lot.
You're
And
not wrong.
like I feel like children are a trap. And I think that is not everything that parents try to make it out to be. And the reason why I think that is because everyone I know who has young children, they try to leave them with me.
They're just tired. They need a nap.
Uh-huh.
They're just trying to get some sleep. It is exhausting work. It is definitely exhausting work.
Yeah, no
And
empathy.
it's one of those things where your heart and your mind get you so wrapped up in the idea of it, and
Mhm.
then certain realities of parenting hit, and then you kind of question, well, what am I going to do now? But I will tell you, it's a long game as far as like the rewards. There's all kinds of like there's little joys that happen on a regular basis, but the real rewards show up long term. That's when you kind of look back on everything and you see amazing people that you played a part in showing um, maybe just a little bit of how to be and maybe a little bit of you uh, reflects back out of them, and that's cool.
All
That's
right.
rewards are definitely the long game. So
I'll
you
take
just enjoy the little joys while you can, but there's definitely a payout long term.
word. I'll take your word for it. Um, but it is cool, like the idea of like impressing on, a cute, adorable little human being
Mhm.
look at, and like from the first time you look at them, you're like, damn, like I want everything amazing for you and none of the pain and hardship.
Yeah.
And I understand that. Um, I got a whole bunch of nieces and nephews
Yeah.
who do, and like siblings, even like my older siblings to some degree, like look up to me a little bit. And like I recognize how impressionable they all are, and the sheer amount of like I don't want to say carefulness, um, but I can't think of like a better word, but like how careful you have to be to make sure that they are getting from you exactly what you want them to get from you,
Yeah.
and how you want like to be represented when they think about you.
Right.
Um,
Right.
like I get that.
Yeah. I mean, it is a lot of pressure. That for sure. To you always want to do the best, be the best. Um, but you got to realize that you're just a human being too, and the kids aren't going to get that you're just a human being.
Right.
Not till later. That's what I'm talking about. Long-term rewards. Eventually, they're going to understand you're just trying to figure it out.
Hmm.
Just like everybody else. We're all just trying to figure it out. Nobody has the manual to success on it. In all of humanity, nobody has figured out how to perfect parenting.
Womp womp. That's another reason why I think it's a trap, because there's
Yeah.
no way to do it right.
No.
I mean, there's ways to screw it up, but there's no, like, you really gotta, like, take a look at what you were handed and decide what you're not going to hand on.
Right.
At the very least.
Yeah. There's so many variables. There's so many different things. There's no rubber stamp way to do it. You know what I mean? So from the dawn of humanity, everybody's still trying to figure it out, and we still ain't got it yet. We got some good ideas, but you just got to be like, I'm human and I'm just trying.
That's liberating.
Mm-hmm.
That is liberating. And so I think, like, you know, it's a good idea right now to remember to maybe give our parents grace where it's due.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know what I mean? Because they were just trying too. That nobody handed them the book of all the answers. You know what I mean? They looked at you when you were a little baby and their heart melted, and they also said, "Oh my God, I don't want to hurt this child. I don't want to mess this up. I don't know what I'm doing, but I am going to try."
Yeah,
And that's all anybody can do.
you're right about that. You're so right about that. And that right there is also why I'm so glad that I never had any accidents that led to offspring.
Hey,
That was like, that had to have been my biggest wish for age like 12 through 26.
mm-hmm.
Do not let me have no kids by accident,
Right.
because I knew I wasn't having any on purpose. Don't let me have none by accident. That would be a real fucked up thing to do
Mm.
to the planet, to me, to that child.
Right.
I'm really not about that life. I like being a good uncle.
And that's okay though, because you know what, like, as far as like that urge to parent, the urge to guide, shepherd, that can be an allegory for so many other ways to do that rather than just actual, you know, genetic offspring parenting. You know what I mean? You can express that part that's within you that speaks to that in plenty of different ways. And yeah, however it suits you.
I'm so glad you said that. That's so true, and I really do agree with that.
Mm-hmm. You got father energy. You don't have to have kids to have father energy.
I agree. All right, so we about 10 minutes out from the next offering. That's exciting. We moving right along. And this altar looks so good with no lights on. I'm about to show it to you real quick.
That's really stunning.
It's very pretty.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I like looking at it too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, yeah, we're about 10 minutes out from offering number 8. And you know, I don't know, it feels like we're making good time, even though, like, I know 9 hours is 9 hours.
Yeah.
But it hasn't really been like a drudgery. It hasn't really been that bad or, you know, anything problematic. This is one of my favorite ways to work with the ancestors and to make offerings and make like big appeals.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for being here, of course.
Happy to. Happy to.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Blessed be. And I
Blessed
can't
be.
wait to see you.
I'm sorry.
I said I can't wait to see you.
Oh, I can't wait either. I'm so pumped.
I'm getting my hair done tomorrow, and I'm gonna try to make it to the barber, and then I'm leaving Buffalo Tuesday night, and I'm gonna get to Nashville a couple of days early so I could
Oh,
do the Titan Stadium and do some of these things that
Okay.
are not on the schedule for illustration. Like I'm
Okay.
really, I'm excited.
Yeah. I think I'm leaving just super early Friday morning.
Hmm.
So I took the day before off to sleep so that I can get up in the dark 30.
Yeah. And now, how long is the travel for you?
So just by a map, 6.5 hours, but real time, probably looking at 7.5, 8 to drive. When you factor in like stopping to eat, getting gas, and any kind of construction between where I live and there.
Oh yeah.
So I'm in my brain anytime you drive 6 hours, probably add an hour, hour and a half. And especially when you get into town to like find your way
Hmm.
in town.
Hmm.
So just give myself extra time there. So yeah, leaving real early in the dark
Hmm.
to get there.
It's a 10-hour drive for us.
Mm.
And I don't know if it's if it's like 9 hours and then we cross like that time zone thingy, or if it's like 10 hours and like that's just what it is, including the time zone shift.
Mhm.
Um, but I remember the last time I drove down there, I could really only make it about 5 hours before I had to switch. It's just something about driving through Kentucky that like I find very exhausting.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about. There's a couple of states, especially I drove between Illinois and Washington State,
Mhm.
and the plains states in between. If you kind of like picture that map in your mind,
Mhm.
the plains states that link those, the highway hypnosis, what they call the highway hypnosis, is so real. Where there is nothing to see and it's just endless road. And if you're not staying alert, very careful, you kind of like forget where you are on the road. It's kind of scary.
That sounds terrifying. And my problem is I'm a micro sleeper, so I will fall asleep for 9 seconds
Yeah.
and like wake up, be like, oh shit, like
Yeah. It's a lot of Red Bull, a lot of trail mix. And one of the things that I learned when I was in the Navy, to keep myself awake rather than falling asleep, um, when I was posted in boring areas and told to watch absolutely nothing, um, was to always keep my tongue in between my teeth on the side. And if I started to fall asleep, it would bite my tongue and wake me up.
ouch.
And
That
so I did that on that drive because that highway hypnosis is so real that it is very, very possible, unless you have music going and you are caffeinated to extreme measures, it's dangerous. So yeah, kind of driving like that. And then if you drop your head, boom.
yeah, I'm glad you just told me that.
That's pretty extreme. It's an extreme thing to do, but that's what
I'm
I
gonna
had to do.
because I know there's gonna be some point in time where I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna remember that.
Hmm.
I think we're gonna leave around midnight and get there in the morning time. Probably like a couple of hours before check-in.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think I'm due to probably think probably like around 11ish.
Mhm.
It's probably the time I'll make it, I think. If my math is mathing right,
Heard.
maybe.
I heard on that. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I know Ebony Nash is gonna be there.
Yes. Awesome.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's cool. That's gonna be exciting. I don't know who all else is going. I know a bunch of people from my temple are going.
Very cool.
I don't know who all else is gonna be there, but I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun. Like I do like illustration.
I do too. I do too.
It's a pretty dope experience.
Mhm.
All right, my friend. If you want
Oh,
to,
good evening.
yeah.
I'm happy to talk to you, and I can't wait to see you next weekend.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here, and thanks for your contribution.
Yes.
All right, have a good night, sir.
Have a good night. I'm gonna go see those grandbabies.
Yeah, do that. Well, that was incredible. Really always get a lot out of talking to Lord Antonio. This dude really does keep it all sorts of real and keeps it, you know, keeps it very applicable, keeps it very, do the work, make the change. I think I want to say maybe the word that I'm looking for is like efficacy, as a concept. It really comes through when I'm talking with Lord Antonio. I got to be at his third degree initiation a couple of years ago in Danville. Very exciting. It's super nice to be a part of those. And we are 1 minute away from the next offering. That's exciting. And so we're going to make the next offering, and then there will be a little break. And then I'll come back and make the last offering, and that will conclude this second vigil for the ancestors. You get some breathing in. And it's very warm in here with these extra candles lit. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do feel much your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I do call upon you to descend upon this place and be here with us. Receive these offerings of lights, of incense, of water, of prayers, of deep connection and intimacy. Receive these offerings and receive them in the intention for which they are offered. Call upon you to receive these offerings and be strengthened by them. Call upon you to receive these offerings and be elevated and uplifted and honored by them. Receive these offerings and be made stronger. Receive these offerings, O ancestors, and open the vault of heaven and shower down all manner of righteous blessings upon your people. Hail ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. And in your presence, O ancestors, I do affirm vitality. I affirm that every organ in our bodies operates flawlessly. I command restoration to replace every trace, every ounce, every moment of imbalance. Our minds and our bodies, they remember how to heal, and they do so now. I call upon all the appropriate and necessary doors to be open for us. Accelerated favor and blessings arrive before we can even ask. This all works together and conforms and congeals and coalesces so that we each can recognize and remember that overflow is our new normal. We are surrounded by loyal, loving, joyful, and soul-aligned connections. Our circles reflects the love that we embody. We are cherished, and love meets us where we stand. I call upon all Corellians to embrace our own divine authority and to trust our connections to our higher selves. Abundance, prosperity, financial security, they seek us out and find us easily, and our transactions are always approved. Our minds, our bodies, our spirits are healthy. Our minds are sharp, capable of thinking, reasoning, perceiving, concluding, and responding flawlessly. Our bodies function optimally, our minds function optimally, our spirits function optimally. We are capable of healing ourselves and maintaining the necessary balance. Our spirits and our higher selves are united and complete. We receive messages from our higher selves all the time. We're able to use these messages for the betterment of ourselves and our communities. Abundance seeks us out and finds us where we stand. Our relationships are safe and secure and full of love. They're ordained by spirit. Our grace grows infinitely, and others notice our grace. We shine for all to see. It is so mote it be. Hail ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. So mote it be. It is 12:05 a.m. So 5 minutes into the new day. We have one more offering to make in 55 minutes. I will be back at 12:50 a.m. to make that offering. But until then, go ahead and listen to some of this music. Actually, no, I'm not going to put on any music. I'm going to play a song and then I'm going to go out on my break. Some more music by ELN. All right, so that was ELN giving us some tunes to jam out to. I'm going to go ahead and mute this microphone. Anyone who's observing, anyone who's still with us right now, you can use this time to meditate and visualize how you want this working to be a blessing in your life. If you want to, you can use this time to do your own prayers and mantras to add to the intention of this working. But I will be back in about 40 minutes to make the last offering. Well, here we are, folks. It's your boy, Reverend Phoenix Coffin Williams, and we are back for our final offering, final candle, final incense, final set of prayers to move towards concluding this working. Whew. It's been a great several hours. I've enjoyed the conversations I've been able to have with the visitors. I've enjoyed reading the myths and interacting with the energy of Frigga. I've enjoyed praying, all of the stuff that has occurred. We're moving into the last leg of this working, last leg of this service. I hope that those who have come and participated have also enjoyed their time, have gotten something out of their participation and their engagement. This working is for the Corellian family as a whole, a grand family, the incarnate and the discarnate. In this working in particular, we petition through prayers and candles and offerings, we petition the ancestors to go ahead and open up that vault of heaven and let something sweet come out for us. There are many Corellians who are learning about the struggle. There are many Corellians who are not feeling the best. There are many Corellians who need some inspiration and some support. And so the last vigil, this vigil, and the final one that will happen in May are all in support of the grand family, the great family. Be about 4 minutes out from the last candle lighting. So let's go ahead and take a little listen to some music from ELN. See if we could get ourselves in the mood for this last working, this last candle. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Sacred and beloved ancestors, I call upon you to descend upon this place and receive these offerings that are made to you, offerings of firelight, offerings of incense, offerings of fresh water, prayers, intimate time, the reviewing of your works, the pouring of libations. All of this done for you in your name and in your honor. We call upon you to receive these offerings. We call on you to allow them to strengthen our connection to each other, strengthen our ability to participate in the great work, strengthen our ability to be effective in our lives, in the lives of the people who seek us out. Through your own good karma, and through the gift of grace granted to us by Lady Frigga, we call upon you, O ancestors, to accept these offerings and to open the vault of heaven and send down bountiful blessings, effective blessings, nourishment and stability, uplifting, support, all of the things that we need to move through this life. Through the act of magic, the tradition has been cleansed and charged again in your presence. Deliver to us, O ancestors, bountiful blessings from the vault of heaven. The last myth I'm going to read for the night: Odin and Frigga in Asgard. Odin was the son of Bor and the brother of Vili and Ve. He was the most supreme god of the northern races, and he brought great wisdom to his place at the helm of all gods. He was called All-Father, for all gods were said to have descended from him, and his esteemed seat was Asgard itself. He held a throne there, one in an exalted and prestigious position, and it served as a fine watchtower for which he could look over men on earth and the other gods in Asgard as they went about their daily business. Odin was a tall, mighty warrior. While not having the brawn of many excellent men, he had wisdom which counted for much more. On his shoulders he carried two ravens, Hugin and Munin. They perched there as he sat on his throne and recounted to him the activities in the great wide world. Hugin and Munin were Odin's eyes and ears when he was in Asgard, and he depended on their bright eyes and alert ears for news of everything that transpired down below. In his hand, Odin carried a great spear, Gungnir, which had been forged by dwarves and which was so sacred that it could never be broken. On his finger, Odin wore a ring, Draupnir, which represented fertility and fruitfulness, and which was more valuable to him and to his land than anything in any other god's possession. At the foot of Odin's throne sat two wolves or hunting hounds, Gary and Freki, and these animals were sacred. If one happened upon them while hunting, success was assured. Odin belonged to a mysterious region, somewhere between life and death. He was more subtle and more dangerous than any of the other gods, and his name in some dialects means wind, or he could be both forceful and gentle, and then elusive or absent. On the battlefield, Odin would dress as an old man. Indeed, Odin had many disguises, for when things changed in Asgard and became bad, he had reason to travel on the earth to uncover many secrets. Attended by ravens, wolves, and the Valkyrs, who were the choosers of the slain, the maidens who took the souls of fallen warriors to Valhalla. Valhalla was Odin's palace at Asgard, and its grandeur was breathtaking. Valhalla means Hall of the Chosen Slain, and it had 500 great wooden doors, which were wide enough to allow 800 warriors to pass, breastplate to breastplate. The walls were made of glittering spears, polished until they gleamed like silver, and the roof was a sea of golden shields, which shone like the sun itself. In Odin's great hall were huge banqueting tables where the Einherjar, or warriors favored by Odin, were served. The tables were laden with the finest horns of mead and platters of roast boar. Like everything else in Asgard, Valhalla was enchanted. Even the boar was divine, and Sehrimnir, as he was called, was slain daily by the cook, oiled and roasted and served each night in tender, succulent morsels, and then brought back to life again the following day for the procedure to take place once again. After the meal, the warriors would retire to the palace forecourt where they would engage in unmatched feats of arms for all to see. Those who were injured would be healed instantly by the enchantment of Valhalla, and those who watched became even finer warriors. Odin lived in Asgard with Frigga, who was the mother goddess and his wife. Frigga was daughter of Fjorgyn and sister of Jord, and she was greatly beloved on Earth and in Asgard. She was goddess of the atmosphere and the clouds, and she wore garments that were as white as the snow-laden mountains that gently touched the land of Asgard. As mother of all, Frigga carried about her a heady scent of the earth, blossoming flowers, ripened fruit, and luscious greenery. There are many stories told about Frigga, as we will discover below. Life in Asgard was one of profound comfort and grace. Each day dawned new and fresh, for the passage of time had not been accorded to Asgard, and nothing changed except to be renewed. The sun rose each day, never too hot, and the clouds gently cooled the air as the day waned. Each night the sky was lit with glistening stars, and the fresh, rich, white moon rose in the sky and lit all with her milky light. There was no evil in Asgard, and the good was as pure as the water, as the air, and as the thoughts of each god and goddess as he and she slept. In the fields, cows grazed on verdant green grass, and in the trees, birds caught a melody and tossed it from branch to branch until the whole world sang with their splendid music. The wind wove its way through the trees, across the mountains, and under the sea blue skies, kissing ripples into the streams and turning a leaf to best advantage. There was a peace and harmony that exists for the magical moment just before spring turns to summer, and it was that moment in which Asgard was suspended for all time. And so it was that Odin and Frigga brought up their young family here, away from the darkness on the other side, far from the clutches of changes and disharmony. There were 9 worlds in Yggdrasil, the world Ash, which stretched out from Asgard as far as the eye could see. At the top there were the Aesir, and in the bottom was the dead world of Hel, at the tree's lowest roots. In between were the Vanir, the light elves, the dark elves, men, frosted hill giants, dwarves, and the giants of Muspel. Frigga kept her own palace in Asgard, called Fensalir, and from his high throne, Odin could see her there, hard at her work. Frigga's palace was called the Hall of Mists, and she sat with her spinning wheel, spinning golden thread or long webs of bright colored clouds with a marvelous jeweled spinning wheel, which could be seen as a constellation in the night sky. There was a story told once of Frigga, one in which her customary goodness and grace were compromised. Frigga was a slim and elegant goddess, and she took great pride in her appearance, something the later Christians would consider to be a sin, but which the Vikings understood and indeed encouraged. She had long silky hair, and she dressed herself in exquisite finery, and Odin showered her with gifts of gems and finally brought precious metals. She lived contentedly, for her husband was generous, until the day came when she spied a splendid golden ornament which had been fastened to a statue of her husband. As the seamless darkness of Asgard fell one evening, she slipped out and snatched the ornament, entrusting it to dwarves whom she asked to forge her the finest of necklaces. When the jewel was complete, it was the most beautiful decoration ever seen on any woman, goddess or humankind, and it made her more attractive to Odin, so that he plied her with even more gifts and more love than ever. Soon, however, he discovered that his decoration had been stolen, and he called together all of the dwarves, and with all the fury of a god demanded that this treacherous act be explained. Now Frigga was beloved both by god and dwarf, and although the dwarves were at risk of death at the hand of Odin, they remained loyal to Frigga, and would not tell Allfather who had stolen the golden ornament. Odin's anger knew no bounds. The silence of the dwarves meant only one thing to him: treason, and he swore to find out the real thief by daybreak. And so it was that on that night, Odin commanded that the statue be placed above the gates of the palace, and he began to devise runes which would enable it to talk and to betray the thief. Frigga's blood turned cold when she heard this commandment, for Odin was a kind and generous god when he was happy and content, but when he was crossed, there was a blackness in his nature that put them all in danger. There was every possibility that Frigga would be cast out of Asgard if he were to know of her deceit, and it was at the expense of everything that she intended to keep it a secret. Frigga called out to her favorite attendant Fulla and begged her to find some way to protect her from Odin. Fulla disappeared and several hours later returned with a dwarf, a hideous and frightening dwarf who insisted that he could prevent the secret from being uncovered, if Frigga would do him the honor of smiling kindly on him. Frigga agreed at once, and that night, instead of revealing all, the statue was smashed to pieces while the unwitting guard slept, drugged by the ugly dwarf. Odin was so enraged by this new travesty that he left Asgard at once, disappearing into the night and taking with him all of the blessings he had laid upon Asgard. and in his absence, Asgard and the worlds around turned cold. Odin's brothers, it is said, stepped into his place, taking on his appearance in order to persuade the gods and men that all was well, but they had not his power or his great goodness, and soon enough the frost giants invaded the earth and cast across the land a white blanket of snow. The trees were stripped of their finery, the sun-kissed streams froze and forgot how to gurgle their happy song. Birds left the trees and cows huddled together in frosty paddocks. The clouds joined together and became an impenetrable mist, and the wind howled and scowled through the barren rock. For 7 months, Asgard stood frozen until the hearts of each man within it became frosted with unhappiness. And then Odin returned. When he saw the nature of the evil that had stood in his place, he placed the warmth of his blessings on the land once more, forcing the frost giants to release them. He had missed Frigga, and he showered her once more with love and gifts. And as mother of all gods, once again she took her place beside him as his queen. Asgard had many happy days before Frigga's necklace caused the earth to become cold. Frigga and Odin had many children, including Thor, their eldest son, who was the favorite of the gods and the people, a large and boisterous god with a zeal for life. He did everything with great passion and spirit, and his red hair and red beard made him instantly identifiable wherever he went. Thor lived in Asgard at Thruthvangar, in his castle hill Bilskirnir. He was often seen with a sheet of lightning, which he flashed across the land, ripening the harvest and ensuring good crops for all. With his forked lightning in another hand, he traveled to the edges of the kingdoms, fighting trolls and battling giants, the great guardian of Asgard and of men and gods. Thruthvangar had 540 rooms, and it was the largest castle ever created. Here he lived with the beautiful Sif, an exquisite goddess with hair made of long, shining strands of gold. Sif was the goddess of the fields and the mother of the earth, like Frigga. Her long golden hair was said to represent the golden grass covering the harvest fields, and Thor was very proud of her. Balder was the second son of Odin and Frigga at Asgard, and he was the fairest of all the gods. Indeed, his purity and goodness shone like a moonbeam, and he was so pale as to be translucent. Balder was beloved by all, and his innate kindness caused him to love everything around him, evil or good. He lived in Breidablik with his wife Nanna. The third son of Odin was Hoder, a blind but happy god who sat quietly listening and enjoying the sensual experiences of the wind in his hair, the sun on his shoulders, the joyful cries of the birds in the air. While all was good in Asgard, Hodor was content. And although he represented darkness, he was the twin to Balder's light. That darkness had no real place, and it was kept in check by the forces of goodness. Odin's fourth son was Tyr, who was the most courageous and brave of the gods, the god of martial honor and one of the 12 gods of Asgard. He did not have his own palace, for he traveled widely, but he held a throne at Valhalla and in the great council hall of Gladsheim. Tyr was also the god of the sword, and every sword had his rune carved into its handle. Although Odin was his father, Tyr's mother is said to have been a beautiful unknown giantess. Heimdall also lived in Asgard, and he was called the White God, although he was not thought to be the son of Odin and Frigga at all. Some said he had been conceived by 9 mysterious sisters who had given birth to him together. His stronghold was a fort on the boundary of Asgard, next to the Bifrost Bridge, and he slept there with one eye open and both ears alert for the sound of any enemy approaching. There were many other gods in Asgard, and many who would one day come to live there. But in those early days of creation, the golden years of Asgard, life was simple, and its occupants few and wondrous. The gods and goddesses lived there in their palaces, many of them with children about whom many stories can be told. But even the golden years of Asgard held their secrets, and even the best of worlds must have its serpent. There was one inhabitant of Asgard who no one cared to discuss, the very spirit of evil. He was Loki, who some said was the brother of Odin, although there were others who swore he could not be related to Allfather. Loki was the very personification of trickery and deceit, and his mischief led him into great trouble. But that's another story. So mote it be. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. I do want to thank everyone who has come and participated in this great working for the benefit of our Corellian tradition. I want to thank the beloved ancestors and Frigga for joining us. At this time, I release the quarters, the northern quarter, the western quarter, the southern quarter, the eastern quarter. Thank you for being here, powers from the four directions. Thank you for lending your guidance, your protection, and your aid. Be ready to return when I call you next, but until then, go now and let peace always be between us. Hail and farewell. As above, so below. As the universe, so the soul. As without, so within. The circle is open, but never broken. Merry do we meet, merry do we part, and merry shall we meet again. So mote it be.